đoạn này, tức là những giai đoạn sau cũng là những giai đoạn buôn bán mà họ lường gạt thôi. Thì đó là luật sư đã làm, đang làm và bây giờ họ cũng đang làm. Thì bên cạnh ở đó tại chùa tôi đã làm report lên hội đồng điều hành. Tại ngày xưa nó cử cô Huệ Chiếu là do một cái tờ trình của Hòa thượng
And I think every single one of them
Tết năm 2022 tự nhiên thầy đi khám bệnh không có gì hết, người ta chưa nói thầy ung thư, những người không biết về nói là thầy ung thư rồi, cho nên thầy nghĩ là Tết này chắc thầy đi rồi, ở 1-2 tháng thôi, cho nên thầy rất nôn
issues and subject
đề cử cô
like
Huệ Chiếu
sexual assault awareness,
thay thế là
especially for the women
tôi cũng là người thầy kêu làm
of
cái
the
tờ trình
city.
giáo hội.
I think
Tuy nhiên
majority of
cái dạng
the
là nếu nó không làm
presence
được
I saw
giáo hội sẽ
represent
tiếp
here
phép.
are women. So instead of you guys spend hours, if not weeks, months, discussing, debating how many days to raise the yellow flag, and now they gotta lump all the subjects here in one item. I understand you want to do that because all the subjects here. I remember at the beginning, the Pledge of Allegiance said, "We are one nation under God," and you're here to serve the people of
chúng tôi đã làm quyết định
city, not your group.
Ký một giấy giải nhiệm, tại giáo hội đã đề cử cô ký giấy giải nhiệm.
Cô Huệ Chiếu ra làm quá.
Thì giáo hội trả lời là đây là một chuyện riêng của thì Hòa thượng Nguyên Trí ký với tư cách là
không lý do
cuối cùng kéo dài đến ngày 22 tháng 2 năm 2 tháng 2
again 3.7
cho 2 tuần. 2 tuần tôi cũng quá căng thẳng.
Another item separately discussing about celebration of the Vietnamese people to get more votes catering to the Vietnamese voters.
Nhưng mà cũng phải
That's
là lúc mà tôi nói chuyện thì thầy bằng lòng làm đủ mọi thứ hết. Tôi có hỏi một câu là nếu bây giờ mình kiện thì cảnh sát tới bắt
catering to the Vietnamese voters to get more votes.
Tuy nhiên khi mình đi rồi thì cô Huệ Chiếu vô
that's 3.8, right? You're talking about the TET Parade, and you want to nominate another Harvard committee to organize another parade. City's gonna foot the bill. You're gonna bankrupt the city so that you can get more votes. Is that fair? Is that just? And if you preside the meeting fairly and justly, I wouldn't call you stupid, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
All right, thank you so much. I want to close the oral communication right now. Next is the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the City Council or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussion. So with that, I would like to pull item 3.5.
Staff would like 3.4 pulled, please.
Mayor, I'd like to pull 3.3.
Cho tới giờ này, Mỹ sư vẫn giữ tất cả quyền điều hành tại cuộc bầu thu tiền.
Any motion to approve the rest of the items?
Motion to approve.
A second.
Okay. Okay, another 3.7 pull. I would like to go back to the original motion maker.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Who is second?
I second.
Oh, you second it? Okay, except for 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.7, then the rest of them move to be approved.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, a second made by Vice Mayor Ho. That's to approve the remaining items on the consent calendar with items 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, and 3.7 pulled for separate discussion. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Van West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Khi cố cử
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Okay, next is 3.3 being pulled by Vice Mayor Ho, Housing Element Annual Progress Report for calendar year 2023.
Rồi cái
Please.
người là chị Tâm Xá là
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council.
Thì chị Tâm Xá là người thủ ủy.
No, 3.3 right now.
Correct.
Start by
Người ta sẽ
Housing.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Were you looking for a staff report from staff, or did you have questions?
Yes, I just want to hear from staff. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thì nó thôi đừng hỏi tôi không biết chuyện đó.
This item pertains to the annual Housing Element Progress Report for the year 2023, which summarizes the city's progress in the production of housing units. The annual Housing Element Progress Report is required by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, also known as HCD. This table must be submitted to HCD and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research by April 1st of each year, and before it is submitted to Office of Planning and Research and HCD, it needs to be presented to the City Council. The 2023 Housing Progress Report is based on the sixth cycle housing element adopted by the City Council in March of 2023, which covers the planning period from October 2021 to October 2029, and each planning cycle is 8 years. HCD requires cities to adopt a housing element, and the housing element must address the regional housing needs, also known as the Regional Housing Needs Assessment Allocation, or RHNA. As described in the progress report, the city's fair share of housing needs is 9,759 units. The adopted housing element includes the housing issues and programs to meet the city's fair share of housing needs for all income groups. As the progress report indicates, in 2023, the city permitted 196 dwelling units and completed, meaning constructed, 151 dwelling units. Of those units that are constructed, 100% of them are ADUs, and of the units that were permitted, 96% of them were ADUs. Since the start of the sixth cycle housing element, which again begins at October of 2021, the city has completed 448 housing units. In comparison with the previous housing element planning cycle, the city completed a total of 606 housing units. This means that the city is making significant progress in meeting the city's fair share of housing needs. In an annual housing element report, the APR, a cover sheet is provided which provides a summary of all the tables listed in the APR. All cities must complete this mandatory spreadsheet provided by HCD. The APR includes tables of all the housing units submitted, entitled, permitted, and completed, meaning constructed, in 2023. That's Table A and Table A2. A summary of this information is provided in the summary sheet at the beginning of the APR. The APR also includes a summary of how many units have been permitted during the sixth cycle and remaining RHNA housing allocation. That would be Table B of the APR. Additionally, a summary of how the city has implemented its housing element programs to spur the housing development is provided in Table D. With that, staff will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I'm good, thank you.
If you don't have any questions, it's just a motion to move.
Yes, I motion to move.
I'll second it. Just a quick question. As far as our completed units are concerned, how do we compare with surrounding cities?
I can come back with a better answer for that. But in average, this, we do provide, we do construct a lot more ADUs than a typical suburban cities in surrounding cities. So that would be my guess that when we do this research, if we do the research of surrounding cities, we'll find that we produce a lot more ADUs than other cities.
That prompts us, next question, just follow-up questions. How many ADUs per year are we doing now?
So in the calendar year 2023, we permitted 196 ADUs.
Thank you.
All right, we have motion and second on the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Ho, a second made by Councilmember Monzo. That's to receive and file the report and direct staff to submit the report to the State Department of Housing and Community Development and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West? Yes. Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Item 3.4, approved by staff, fiscal year 2023-24, mid-year budget review, please.
Yes, at this time, I would like to invite our Finance Director, Aaron Bax, to come up and do a presentation. As you know, our finances have been interesting for the last several years, and given that it's always in flux, we wanted to give the members of the public and the council a presentation on what we've looked like this last this first half of the fiscal year, as well as what we would be projecting.
Helps a little. Good evening, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I'm Erin Bax, I'm the Finance Director, and this is a quick presentation on where we are in fiscal year 23-24, 6 months into the year, as compared to the prior year and also as compared to our current budget. So while the city has a lot of funds, this presentation is only focused on the general fund, and that's because this is the main operating fund of the city and really where everybody looks to see how we're doing for the year. The general fund is anticipated to end the year with a decrease in fund balance of $3.7 million. So we're anticipating using $3.7 million of reserves for fiscal year 23-24. This is actually $3.3 million better than what we anticipated at budget, which we planned on using or budgeted to use $7 million. Overall, revenues are trending higher by $1 million. So sales tax and the transaction use tax, Measure Y, are projected $2.2 million lower than what we budgeted, but that's offset by an increase in utility users tax and charges for service of $1.9 million combined. Overall, expenses are trending lower by $2.3 million, which is due to salary savings caused by vacancies and resignations. The top revenue sources for the city's general fund are sales tax, transaction use tax, property tax, utility users tax, and charges for service. Combined, these revenue sources make up 87% of total general fund revenue. Fiscal year 23-24 revenues are budgeted at $76 million, and current projections are $77 million in revenue for fiscal year 23-24. $17.6 million, or 36% of the general fund revenue, has been received as of December 31st, 23. So 6 months in. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about each of those top revenue sources that I mentioned in the previous slide. So this slide is sales tax and transaction use tax combined. These receipts are remitted after they're collected and submitted to the CDTFA. So this table represents 4 months of receipts. The fiscal year 23-24 receipts are estimated to be $688,000 below the actuals received for 22-23 and $2.2 million lower than what we budgeted. Property tax. revenue received is 2.7 million lower than this time last year. This is really just a timing issue. We received a payment last year in December, but this year it was received in January. So that's not a concern. And property tax revenues are estimated to come in about $545,000 above budget. Most revenue from this category is received in January and April. Utility users tax is projected to end the year $645,000 above budget, but consistent with the prior year actual. Total receipts are projected at $5.6 million for fiscal year 23-24. Charges for services are projected $1.3 million above budget and are up $1.2 million over the same time last year. This is primarily a result of the cost recovery study that was approved by the City Council in June of 23, and ambulance charges are also trending up this year. Expenditures the projections for expenditures for the fiscal year are $2.3 million under budget. And as I mentioned earlier, this is primarily due to vacancies. At the time of budget adoption, we had 17 vacant positions. As of March 24, there are 27 vacant positions, including 10 police officer positions that are vacant. We are also lower than the budget at this time last year. That also is an accounting entry. It's due to the way payroll was posted. So that's, if you exclude that payroll adjustment, we're actually up about $117,000 over the same time last year. This is our fund balance. So we're anticipating a reduction in fund balance or a use of reserves for fiscal year 23-24 of $3.7 million. That's actually shown in the third column. You can see the estimated actual. So we started the year 3.79. We're using 3.7 million, and we're projected to end the year at 34.3 million. I'm sorry, I said 3.7, but it's 37.9. We use 3.7, and we end at $34.3 million. In conclusion, I would like to note that revenue and expenditures are tracking within budget, so we're not asking for any budget adjustments at this time. The general fund is projected to end the year with a decrease in fund balance of $3.7 million. Revenue is projected $1 million higher than budget. Expenditures are projected at $2.3 million under budget, again, primarily due to vacancies. And the next update on our budget will be part of the fiscal year 24-25 budget preparation process. We plan on a study session in May, and we've actually already started our budget process, so you'll be hearing from us soon. This process will include updated projections for fiscal year 23-24, the fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget numbers, and capital project allocations for the council consideration. And I'm available for questions if you have any.
Any question from the council? Move to approve.
Second, but just a question. I know that last year, I think it was, like you mentioned, they were projected to having to pull from reserves. Was it in the, was it 8? Was it?
It was almost 7 million, 6.9.
Yeah, so we're looking better than we anticipated.
3.3 million. So revenue's up a little and expenses are down.
So that's good. It's not as bad as we all thought, but it's still, we can do better. So thank you.
Approve as received and filed.
I second it.
Oh, he's second.
I do have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen and a second made by Councilmember Monzo, and that's to receive and file the report. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Van West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
3.5, approval for proclamations. Remember, this is just approval for proclamation. It's not going to go into the details. But one of the items, the reason for me to pull this item is because one of the items is going to be April 1 to April 6, which is Property and Evidence Appreciation Week. And our next meeting is going to be April
có thể bây giờ nó có hai
April
phương hướng.
6th. That's the reason why I want to approve. If we approve it today, I would like to present it to the WPD.
Motion to approve.
Thì họ có nói như
Okay,
thế này.
motion and second
Hai
on the
phương hướng đã
floor.
lấy chuột.
I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, a second made by Councilwoman Fan West. That's to approve the following proclamations for Child Abuse Prevention Month, DMV Donate Life Month, Fair Housing Month, 911 Public Safety Telecommuter Week, National Animal Control Officer Appreciation Week, Property Evidence Appreciation Week, Volunteer Appreciation Week, and Sexual Assault Awareness Month. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
So I would like to present this proclamation as Property and Evidence Professionals Appreciation Week, which is the week April 1 to 6, 2024. Whereas this week is designated as Property and Evidence Professionals Appreciation. And whereas this is the first recognized week dedicated to property and evidence professional staff who are tasked with maintaining the physical chain of custody, accountability, and detailed documentation for book evidence and property from the time of booking until adjudication of the case when the articles are released and disposed of. And whereas the evidence property division function is vital to the criminal justice process, its effective and efficient operation is integral of agency quality and service to the community and the criminal justice system. And whereas the management of this function has become increasingly complex due in part to factors related to legislative mandates, hazardous material storage, the protection and preservation of biological/DNA-related material, security and chain of custody, and the training of evidence and property personnel. The failure of manage the evidence and property function can affect the successful prosecution of criminal violators, resulting in agency liability or loss of public confidence. And whereas Property of Evidence Week is an opportunity to recognize and thank these two amazing personnel who received and process up to 10,000 pieces of property a year, which has to be documented, stored and records maintained as long as the item remain in their custody. Now, therefore, I, Chief Charlie Nguyen, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of the Vice Mayor, Mayor Kimberly Ho, and Councilmember Amy Fan West, Carlos Manzo, and Nam Nguyen, hereby proclaim the week of April 1st to April 6th, 2024 as Property and Evidence Professionals Appreciation Week in the City of Westminster. And it is signed by and dated on this 27th day of March 2024 by the City Council, which signed by me as a mayor. Mayor Chief Charlie Nguyen, Kimberly Ho, Vice Mayor District 3, Amy Fan West, Council Member District 1, Carlos Manzo, Council Member District 2, and Nam Quan Nguyen, Council Member District 4. I would like to ask all the council members to join me at the podium, and also I ask for the superintendent to come up to receive this proclamation.
Mất người làm của giáo hội thống nhất, quý thầy lo lắm, quý thầy lo lắm thì cá nhân tôi cũng không có mạnh mẽ gì, nhưng mà thứ năm vừa rồi khi mà thầy gọi từ lúc 3 giờ chiều, tự nhiên thầy nhất quyết là cái vụ này tôi đừng làm gì hết, tôi không được làm gì hết. Chuyện đó nó đã làm rồi và nó đã hứa tôi trước chánh điện rồi. Nghĩ thầy tin là tôi không biết nói làm sao nữa. Tự nhiên tăng xong tôi thường tôi cũng tăng xong bình thường 130, 80, 130, tôi lên tới 200 người, 200, bây giờ tôi gần xỉu luôn, tôi không thể đi được, tôi vô nhà tôi nằm. Cho tới hôm nay tôi sinh ra chiều hôm qua, đến bữa nay tôi đến đây học báo. tôi rất yếu và tôi nghĩ thôi nếu mà tôi cái chết gì thì bác nhã thì nó cũng phi lý quá. Vì một sự thành thật nào đó mình cũng sẵn sàng hy sinh thôi, nhưng mà sự hy sinh này nó phi lý quá, nó phi lý cho những một người đã làm hết mọi việc rồi, đã gian dối làm hết mọi việc chọc rồi, sai trái rồi, mà bây giờ nói là tôi không có làm gì sai hết. Còn một số người khác biết vẫn tin cô, tới nỗi 3 người mà ở trong cái ban mới của tôi mà chưa làm gì hết thì một người đã đi về Việt Nam rồi, còn thăm về Việt Nam phải ở đây 6-7 năm sau khi có thai sinh thì phải còn Việt Nam để thăm gia đình. Và 2 người nữa thì tới chùa là cô đuổi, cô không cho người ta vô, cô đuổi vô thì cô Huệ An và một cô nữa là cô Nguyên Giác, cô đã đuổi người ta. Cô chửi bới luôn.
Next is item 3.7 by Councilmember Nguyen. Special event permit application from the Vietnamese American Federation of Southern California.
Cô cũng có nhiều ý định từ lâu, từ lúc mà cưới cổ làm chủ.
Coalition of Vietnamese Veteran Association and Assembly of
sang tên như thế này, sang tên khác.
VNA oversees Southwest Center to hold a Black April Memorial Ceremony on Tuesday, April 30th, 2024 at St. Goldstein Freedom Park, American Way.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one condition to add this before I approve it. Last year when we have celebration, and after that we have this group hold the ceremony also. But when I came over and I see all the flowers that we put it, like a couple hours before, was thrown on the floor on the grass, with like a disrespectful. So that's kind of very, very hurtful to me. So I just want to make a correction here.
Là đã sang tay, cái tài sản đã sang tay cho bên và khi tôi lên trên mạng
the group that going to
thì vào ngày 16 tháng 2 tôi đã liên lạc với lại ban cơ quan
after our ceremony going to
luật sự quảng cáo cơ quan thứ hai
move our flowers to the back and place nicely to the back, or they can put it somewhere but not throw in the grass.
Thì
that's
những sự việc đó tôi cũng đã trình bày trên mạng. Mục đích của tôi là trình bày sự thật để cho tất cả quý đồng hương và như là mọi người quan sự việc này có những cái thông tin nó rõ ràng. Qua những cái trình bày đó thì ông Huỳnh Tấn Lê và thầy Viên Trí có nhờ tôi
isn't present, but I can definitely pass along that additional condition.
Để tôi trình bày những cái dữ kiện mà cái tránh vượt đen mà tôi có được. Đấy tôi trình bày và tôi khẳng định với tất cả mọi người cái sự việc sang nhượng tài sản của Bát Nhã Migration Institute, tức là ta được biết đến qua cái
They are required to
là hóa thật 100%.
submit a deposit, so we can look at what it would cost for cleanup and those kind of things and deduct that from that deposit, and we can work with them to make sure that those are moved with consideration this year.
It's not.
Thì sau đó tôi về tôi có nói chuyện với lại một số luật sư chuyên môn về địa ốc ở San Diego.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Ở trong vùng này. Để tôi muốn tìm hiểu xem cái vấn đề pháp lý là như thế nào.
Okay,
Thì tất cả những người đó đều cho biết rằng cái việc mà đỗ thị Bạch Chiếu đã đi ra sang cái tài sản của chùa về cho
Okay, I
cá
have a
nhân bà.
motion made by Mayor Nguyen and a second made by Councilmember Nguyen. This is to approve the special event permit application for the Black April Memorial Ceremony at Sid Goldstein Freedom Park, subject to the state.
Mà sang nhượng nó cũng có nhiều cái vấn đề bất hợp pháp như là vấn đề thị thực chữ ký.
Conditions.
Tôi đã
Yes, hold on for a minute, please.
I think the representative from the group is
Thì
here.
tất cả những việc như vậy, người ta nói tôi như vậy.
Oh,
Quý vị cứ
okay,
nghĩ
the applicant is
nào đã
right here,
từng
just in time.
có tài sản
Why don't we go ahead and address this
mà
issues? Thank you very much for mentioning it.
refinance hoặc là mượn thêm tiền ra. Thì quý vị biết là nó khó khăn thế nào. Chắc là
Councilmember Nguyen, you want to go ahead and repeat your concern so that the applicant can
hay
hear
là
about
có cái
Thank you,
người
Mr.
underwriter, tức là cái người
Mr.
mà
Phát
chuyên môn
last time we are going. I think the council.
Và cái mượn tiền này nó an toàn hay không. Và thứ ba
About to
là
approve
cái công
your
ty
request. But last time when I was there,
mà luôn luôn
all the
họ sử dụng để mà xem
flowers that
tài sản
we
đó
nicely
có
put
bị vấn đề gì
up
không. Và
right in
tương
front
nữa
of
là cái người appraisal để mà định giá cái
the statue of
cả bốn
the
người này
soldiers, the
đều
Vietnamese
phải
and
biết
the American soldiers
là đây là
was
tài
thrown
sản
across.
của một tổ
So
một ngôi
that's
chùa
very
và không chỉ
disrespectful.
là tài sản của ngôi chùa không
So
mà nó
I,
không có trực thuộc về một cá
we are
nhân nào
going
mà nó
to
trực thuộc về một tổ
approve
chức bất
your
vụ lợi.
request
Thế mà tại sao mọi chuyện nó được thỏa một
with
cách
the
dễ dàng
condition
thế?
that you're going to treat
Đó là
the
cái vấn đề
flower
mà
nicely.
về vấn đề
breathe
hình
that
sự
we're talking
cũng như là
about.
dân sự
Are you-
người ta sẽ đặt vấn đề.
The event.
Và cũng chính
So
vì thế
let
mà
us
tôi
try to
đã
understand the issue. The
một
issue
vài
that you
nghị
were
viên thành phố Santa Ana phải yêu cầu cảnh sát
referring
Santa
to is
Ana
the
điều tra
flowers
về vấn đề hình
arrangement
sự
or the
của
wealth
này. Và
that have been
cục
placed
đã nói
in
chuyện
the
với lại ông
earlier in the ceremony by the city. It was placed in the trash. My recollection is I don't
sau
think we
khi
did
cảnh
that.
sát
What
Santa
we were
Ana
trying to do
làm
is
xong cái việc mà điều tra sơ hỏi để có
we move all of the
căn bản
flowers,
Ủy ban phòng
including the
sẽ
one from the cities as well as the one from the
tố hình sự
our event. We try
những
to
người
put them
liên quan đến
along the
sự
back.
việc này ra tòa hay không.
In the
Khi
right, in
cá
the
nhân
front,
chúng
we
tôi
will
không thể nào được biết được là ai là
try
những
to
người
set
liên quan
up
hay không
the.
liên quan. Nhưng mà đó là cái sự việc cho
I'm sorry, because I just work here, so I'm trying to catch my breath.
luật pháp họ sẽ đứng ra và bắt đầu. Tôi cũng có được ông Lê
In our
mời
event,
tôi và
right in the center,
đến gặp một luật sư chuyên về địa ốc để mà đại diện cho chùa. Thì vì tôi không là thành viên
we
của
set
luật
up the
và không liên quan
the,
đến cái sự việc này.
the answers, so that and because of that we need to move the flower to the back. That's one reason. The second reason is usually during those times it is very windy, and the well, the flower well, the stake that hold them is not very stable, and so a lot of times the wind will knock the flower and it will fall in onto the ground. So after a few years doing this, we learned that if we place them along the back, where below the two soldiers,
mọi người ông Lê tiếp tục cái việc thưa ra tòa. Thì tôi xin xác nhận là lời ông Lê nói. Tôi biết được
it is a lot more stable because that area is less windy and
ông Lê có gọi cho tôi, nhờ tôi gọi cho thầy Hòa thượng Minh Trí.
also because we stand the flower well against the wall, it is a lot more stable. The wind will not be able to knock them.
Đã sang cái tên tài sản của chùa qua cá nhân bà và đã làm.
And so that is the intent. After the event, we then will remove it or we leave it behind. Some years we remove it by, put it into the, trash area.
Còn ai là người đứng sau lưng thì con không biết. Nhưng mà
some years we left it behind, and then the city park will, take care of it.
Santana họ đang theo dõi cái này. Thì sau đó cái sự trao đổi giữa tôi và thầy được chấm dứt ở đó.
Thank you very much. I just want to add that before you came in, I agree with him from what his observation, because I was there on that day too. So I'm not saying that your group, but we want to make sure that if you are the applicant and you are the one who, after the event that we have, make sure that you know, the greets that we have from the different groups be respectful, not to have, I don't know.
Trách nhiệm này đôi trên cái vai của anh nó cũng nặng lắm. Anh phải cân nhắc.
Maybe it's a win, maybe of this and that, but make sure that we are not going
So this year as well as other years, but this year let us understood what is expected from the city so that we know what to do. So in our event in the evening, any flower being left behind at the front, we will try to move them and stage them along with our flowers along the back. You know, right underneath the two soldiers, just behind the
anh Lê có 3 việc. Thứ nhất, nếu mà cái sự việc này bị ngưng lại,
you know, the flame.
Okay, let us agree on that. So just watch out for that.
Mayor, can I have say something? Yes, a minute. I want to hear from our staff to see what is the best way to address this. Do you have a recommendation of for us to do? Like, what is your experience? What's the best?
I agree that we could help move the wreaths that were at the earlier event, the city's event, move them to the back so they're placed with respect prior to the other event, and then they can make sure that they're, if there's wind, they get knocked over from there, but that they can fix those event, and then we'll work with them to make sure that they have the space for their event and respectfully move those wreaths from their earlier event.
And then what happens to them after their ceremony ends in the evening? What's to leave them there? And then that's the best case. Just leave them there.
We can leave them there. I believe, Jake can correct me if I'm mistaken. Anything that's left there is picked up on Thursdays, so those will be cleaned up the Thursday after. It's a regular occurrence if something's placed and left there in memorial.
Yeah. I mean, we've all been out there, not just there, but at the Memorial Park. Because the wind, they are top heavy, and the wind, they fall down pretty easily. So. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We have a motion.
Yes, we have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen and a second made by Councilmember Nguyen, which is to approve the a special event permit application for the Black April Memorial Ceremony at Goldstein Freedom Park, subject to the stated conditions. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Van West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
5.1 West Orange County Water Board and your operation budget for the fiscal year 2024-2025. Is there a staff report, or is there anything on staff?
Would you like a staff report?
đó. Và sáng hôm qua
I don't think so. I can move to approve unless
I second
any
it.
council member have any questions on that.
thì anh đi tới thì tòa đã hoãn lại cho tới ngày 16 tháng 4.
I just have one question. Which one of our council members is on this board?
Còn
Yes.
về vấn đề mà lấy kia thì luật
Who's
sư đang tiến hành. Luật sư sáng nay còn nói tôi anh cứ bình tĩnh.
on this board? The council members.
Councilwoman
I am.
West,
Abby Fan West.
Có nghĩa là anh yêu cầu hai thôn.
This is our board representative, the city of Westminster.
Okay.
So, Jason, would you like to do the brief report for Vice Mayor Ho?
No, she doesn't
No, I
ask
didn't
for
ask.
that. She asked for who is a council member. You answered the question already. Thank you very much. You can go back to your seat.
Thank you.
Okay. I move to approve on this item.
I second.
I second already.
I do have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen and a second made by Councilwoman Fan West, which is to approve the West Orange County Water Board's fiscal year 2024-25 budget shared between
Tôi sức khỏe rất ít.
Westminster, Huntington Beach, Seal Beach, and Garden Grove, approving Westminster's contribution of $301,066, and approve the Sixth Amendment to West Orange County Water Board Joint Powers Agreement among the cities of Westminster, Huntington Beach, Seal Beach, and Garden Grove. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice
Mọi người không làm thì thôi. Anh lo cho bác nhã đi.
Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
5.2, draft of fiscal year 2024-25 annual action plan and community development block grant, CDBG and home investment partnership program funding request. This one, I guess that the staff have her go ahead and present.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Michael San, our house housing specialist will present this item.
Họ sẽ hoãn lại 5 tháng, 10 tháng hay bao nhiêu cho tới ngày
Thank you, Catherine. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Michael Sun. I'm the housing specialist in the Community Development Department within the Housing Division. Tonight's item is regarding the draft fiscal year 2024.
Người luật sư chúng tôi nói là mình đang under control. Mình đang under control mọi thứ hết.
2025 annual action plan as it relates to the CDBG and home funding that the city is expected to receive from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD.
Khi mà cử cô về chiếu á, thường ở các chùa đó, cái giấy mà mình báo
Here's a
cáo
brief overview of the annual plan schedule. On February 28th, we conducted a first public hearing, which provided an opportunity for community members and the public and council members to comment on needs and priorities as it relates to CDBG and home funding. And from those responses, tonight brings you the draft fiscal year 2024-2025 annual action plan. And tonight's item also initiates the 30-day public review period as required by HUD as well. May 8th, it will be our second public hearing for adoption of the fiscal year 2024-2025 annual action plan. And the annual action plan is due to HUD by May 17th for review and approval.
ngày 28.
So what is the annual action plan? The annual action plan, also known as the AAP, describes how the city will allocate CDBG and home funds to address priority needs and specific goals of the 5-year consolidated plan, which was adopted by the mayor and city council in May of 2020 and also approved by HUD. The annual action plan also serves the city's application, and it's also a required document to be reviewed by HUD for Westminster to receive its annual allocation of CDBG and home funding. The city is expected to receive approximately $979,000 in CDBG funds and $457,000 and home funds for fiscal year 2024-2025. The city has not received notification from HUD on its allocation of CDBG and home funding, so right now these numbers are just estimates and they are subject to change. And here's an overview of the 5-year consolidated plan. And again, this was adopted by the mayor and city council back in May of 2020. To the left lists out the priority needs and goals that was adopted by the mayor and city council in May of 2020. And that, with that, the fiscal year 2024-2025 proposed activities to the right of the column. These are funding requests that comes from various divisions and departments in carrying out activities that are in alignment with the 5-year consolidated plan priority needs and goals. And this is the proposed CDBG and home funding allocation towards different projects and activities. I do want to address Terry Rain's comments about the email that she had sent to city staff. There are discrepancies between the numbers that are mentioned in the staff report and the attachment 1 in the spreadsheet. So the correct numbers should be reflected in the staff report. The spreadsheet, there are discrepancies within the spreadsheet, and that's just an error on my part, so I do apologize for that. So again, for CDBG, the city is expected to receive approximately $979,000 with an estimated carryover of $252,000. That brings a total of approximately $1.2 million. And again, there are federal spending caps for each category in public services. There's a 15% max cap, and those are allocated towards activities that currently are operating out of our community services department, as well as our home delivered meals program, which is overseen by Meals on Wheels Orange County. And again, there's a 20% max cap on CDBG administration, as well as a set aside for Fair Housing Foundation, which is a required component to receiving CDBG funding to affirmatively further fair housing. And the bulk of the CDBG funds is really geared more towards community development projects that preserve, rehabilitate, or expand the public infrastructure or public improvements, such as street improvement and code enforcement. For home, the city has is expected to receive approximately $457,000 with an estimated carryover of $181,000. The unallocated home funds are currently being set aside for either an affordable housing project or a tenant-based rental assistance program. And with the remaining 10%, and for home administration. And again, these are just estimates, so they are subject to change.
I want you to explain the TBRA program, tenant-based rental assistance.
Ở trong chùa
So yeah, the TBRA program works similarly to, you might be familiar with Section 8, where Section 8 tenant voucher holders only pay 30% of what they make towards rent, and the rental subsidy will cover the rest of the rent. So that works in a similar way. Back in 2020, the City Council did approve
có quyền hỏi câu đó. Báo chí anh có thể hỏi được, tôi không có quyền trả lời. Tôi biết là tôi trả lời. Em đề trên đầu tiên đi ra xin hỏi em là
approve a tenant-based rental assistance program. It was a 2-year program that was highly successful. Through that program, in partnership with a nonprofit organization known as Interval House, we were able to assist approximately 35 households with rental assistance for that 2-year period.
Interesting, thank you.
A quick question, piggyback on that. So with that program,
và trong đó có liên lạc và về điều đó em cũng đã lên trên đầu. Tuy nhiên thì
the TBRA, now with that 500,000, is it for this year? And how do you vet them to help with the rent? Do you have a system that you vet them for this year?
Can you
thì không được trả lời. Theo em tại sao mà với ông còn giữ vai trò trách nhiệm ở trong chùa mình không?
clarify
The TBRA, where you're helping with
sẽ liên lạc với ông hay là có một thông báo gì cho Phật tử để họ biết điều này nó gây công an cho Phật tử thì có rất là nhiều.
their rental? Do you have a vetting process that you vet them before you give them that funding, and for how long?
Yes, so in partnership with the Interval House, they are the program administrators of this program. So there is a vetting process where they do have to apply to make sure that they're income eligible, and they do have to submit documents and income documentations to make sure they are qualified to receive rental assistance. And as part of tenant-based rental assistance, there are wraparound services to make sure they get access to whether they need rental counseling or job assistance, getting them connected to job training, things of that nature, and supportive services in connection with rental assistance.
And then with the rental, are you helping them with like 2 months of rent? Or
so under
để làm giấy tờ cũng như
program, they can receive up
chùa họ mới thành lập, họ có cái non-profit thì tôi giúp rất nhiều.
to 24 months. At the council's direction, when we did implement this back in 2020, the council did approve.
Tại sao tên tôi có trong đó? Được rồi, thì không còn gì nữa hết. Chuyện đó thì cái nặng đổ lên đầu tụi tôi lo. Thì thực sự bây giờ nếu tôi nói chuyện với trường âm nhạc, tôi chỉ là người trong ban sáng lập. Thực sự đúng nguyên tắc tôi chỉ là người ban sáng lập, người là founder với thầy Nguyễn Tí là người ban sáng lập để mà giải quyết mọi công việc của chùa.
Rental assistance for just a one-year period for each household.
Yes. Lúc nào họ cũng nhờ tôi, ai cũng nhờ tôi, chuyện gì cũng nhờ hết. Cũng như những lúc xin giấy phép, không có giấy phép, mọi người đều buồn, mọi người đều đến cầu nguyện nhờ tôi về tuyên bố là giấy phép có rồi. Đó, thì mọi người cũng vui vẻ, thì bao nhiêu công chuyện tôi đều làm hết, cho nên mọi người tin cậy nên mình. Nhưng mà nếu mà mọi người muốn hỏi gì thì họ cứ.
Okay, if you have other question or else we move on.
May I?
As
a follow-up. Okay, so what was the budget we used in 2020? Or what was the previous year's budget?
Off the top of my head, it was for the rental assistance program. It was $400,000 to cover that 2-year period.
And you said that only helped 35 families?
Yes.
And do they have to come from the
chúng ta có hỏi từ VitDitru trong những cái thông tin ông đưa ra thì chúng ta thấy trách nhiệm đều đổ về phía bà sư cô thích nghiên chiếu thì thích chiếu thì có hay chăng việc ai giúp sức cho bà hay là chí có việc kết hợp giữa với người cậu mình là ông thích nguyên chí, thậm chí là có những nghi vấn cái việc tẩu tán tài sản liên quan đến việc là cái bản án của tòa án là phải đền bù cho hai cô gái là $350,000.
That means there is a final one that we're going to present it to us.
Yes, on May 8th for the adoption before we submit it to HUD.
Alrighty.
Ở trong chùa thì mới biết được chuyện ở trong chùa. Ở trong chùa.
To approve, I have
Họ đang kiện xảy ra.
Can I have a quick question? It's not to bring it to me right now, but I have a request for the neighborhood pride inspection program. I don't think I don't remember as staff, council getting a list of what that program has accomplished.
Cái tiền mà phạt đó, cái vụ án vừa rồi là vụ án mình thắng chứ không phải là.
Can we get with I don't know whoever's that is to get us a list of whatever cases are open or what's going on with that. We can bring cases, the outcomes, and
Yes, it's been a while, and I don't think the project was really closed, like you said, brought back to you, so we'll make sure that we bring that back.
Yeah, so I think we deserve to see if that program is really doing what it should be doing. So,
Councilman McGuinn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Under the staff report, page 4, can you explain the second bullet, neighborhood pride? Enforcement program, what does we do with that?
Sorry, could you repeat that again?
Yeah, go back to the staff report, page 4. Okay, the second bullet.
Sau khi mà họ dây xong, hàng tháng không trả tiền, họ còn có những thông báo để gửi về.
The neighborhood pride.
Right.
What was your question about that?
Okay, so what's
Lạ nhỉ, năm quan nghị viên gì mà mặc áo gì đi rồi mang cái nón giống như một tên du côn gì trời. Đang họp thành phố mà mang gì kỳ cục á.
Specific area within the city. It's a program to address code housing
Cái này là người ta ghét vô phường người ta phá, chứ không có chuyện gì xảy ra hết. Con không bao giờ làm bậy như vậy.
violations, and it's also to address substandard conditions within that area, and that area was identified by our code enforcement division as having blight. So that's part of the efforts for this request. And Vicki Morgan is here if you have any specific questions about that as well.
okay? So as far I understand, like we assign one code enforcement, one person to do such thing. Oh, well.
That's correct.
So let me finish. So the graffiti things. So this person going to take care of that?
No. This program, I think it's best if we bring back at a later date a report on the program, but just to fill you in on it, there's a code enforcement officer dedicated to the CDBG area. I know that there were mailers that would send out to property owners and to ask for voluntary inspections of their rental units to make sure that they are appropriate for rental. And that was a process that went on for several years, and I think they got to the point where they felt that they had completed the minimum requirements. And now that I would say for the last year and a half, that code enforcement officer is now dedicated solely to addressing blight. In the community, and that program has been completed, which brings us back to the comment that Councilmember Manzo said, is if it is completed, why haven't we come back with the report? And we promise to do that at a later meeting.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember West.
I guess it was answered.
Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right, so there's a motion by me. Is there a second? Yeah. Motion and second on the floor.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen and a second made by Councilmember Monzo to accept the draft fiscal year 2024-2025 annual action plan and initiate a 30-day public review period of the document in compliance with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Consolidated Plan Regulations. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Van West.
You know, before, may I ask a quick question? Actually, when is the next workshop to kind of help us understand all of this program? Do you have
So we don't have a specific date, but we are planning to have a study session. I still need to prepare an RFP as part to bring on a consultant to help us with our new 5-year consolidated plan. So I'm hoping that it'll be the study session will happen sometime in the new fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. And my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen, Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
5.3, appointment to the Westminster Community Foundation. Before, this is related to Vice Mayor Kim Liu. Appointee, but I just want to take a moment to say that I values the
Tôi đâu có trả lời chị nói như vậy. Chị Lan gọi tôi nói những cái gì mà chị hỏi nữa.
The volunteers from the volunteers, they take the time and join, and help out. Doesn't matter that they help.
Mình phổ biến. Tôi chỉ nói chị Ngọc Lan là bán rồi thì đúng như vậy. Chứ tôi đâu có nói chuyện chị Ngọc Lan. Chị muốn phổ biến sao phổ biến.
One day or 2 days or whatever it is still.
Chứ tôi đâu có nói như vậy.
The volunteer to help out. You know, they admittedly that there are turnovers, but so. What I mean, it's just that we need to people join and then help out, and if they can't move on because of family reason or any reason. We still appreciate you. So for those of you who are not being able to serve again, on behalf of the City Council and City staff, I still want to thank each one of you. And now you'll go ahead, Vice Mayor Ho, your appointee.
Yes, Yes, I would like to thank Foundation Board Member Frank Berry for serving, and to in place of Frank, I would like.
Thưa ông, trở lại vấn đề là ông có đồng tình là muốn để cho người nào muốn cộng tác với hội đồng quản trị của ông để chuộc lại cái ngôi chùa thì
I'd like to thank Camilla Overbeek for accepting this appointment. So I would like to appoint Camilla Overbeek, Ms. Camilla Overbeek.
Is there any approval for that?
I'll second it if she needs a second.
No, she had, your motion, right? Okay, so. She need a second, right? We have motion and second on the floor.
Okay, I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Ho, a second made by Councilmember Monzo. That is to appoint Camilla Overbeek as Vice Mayor Ho's appointee to the Westminster Community Foundation to fill the unscheduled vacancy.
Everything under control, under law. Everything under control.
For a term ending January 2025. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West? Yes. Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen? Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried. 5-0.
Next item is 5.4, American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 update. And revised project opportunities for this. Is there any question on this?
Cái bylaw này khi bà về kiểu là violate trong cái phần này, section 3, real property gift donation contract.
From the council.
Đây.
I motion to approve.
We need to do a presentation.
Yes, we actually need so I will just introduce Aaron and Ryan. Ryan, our Senior Management Analyst, Aaron, our Finance Director. This is really a continuation of the conversation that, that took place before this council's time, in which the city received $24.7 million of ARPA funds. These funds were federal funds designated for very specific uses based on federal criteria. The previous council did approve designations for or allocation rather for certain for certain projects, and we are now at a point where we are bringing back some updates for this council to discuss and make decisions on. We had allocations or projects rather in which there were leftover funds. There were projects that, unfortunately, we feel that this is a time that we're not going to be able to move forward with some of those projects. And in essence, there is some money that is left over that we need to designate and allocate by the end of this year. And used up in, by the end of 2026. So with that, I will turn it over to staff for a in-depth presentation.
I'd like to correct Ms. Christine Corden, if I may. I believe that this is not before the council. This council, maybe
some of yeah. So some this yes some but not all. Yes.
Thank you. We'll get started with the presentation. And very timely, we were going to start off by talking about some dates, right? So in March of 2021, the American Rescue Plan Act, otherwise known as ARPA, came into law. And the main focus for the use of these funds was to help local governments turn the tide against the pandemic. So that was the basis of these funds. There is a strict criteria that the federal government has put out as to how these funds can be utilized. Back to some dates, by the end of this year, so December of 2024, we need to obligate the funds, and we need to expend them by December of 2026. So this has come for you a few times, most notably on October 26, 2022, the ARPA revised funding proposal was approved by the council.
Cũng có một cái card report number đúng không?
At this point, I'd like to direct your attention to the presentation. This slide here is essentially our master list. Administration is listed as 0, right? And beginning with 1 down to 23, those are projects. You'll see that there is number 10 is missing. That's not an oversight. Early on in the process, I forget what number 10 was, but the council chose not to move forward with that project. But for the purposes of reporting to the federal government, And our internal
có thể cung cấp
finance
cho cái
system, we have kept
báo
the
cáo
same
cảnh sát
designation. So,
cho truyền thông được không cô?
bottom line, we have 23 projects that we're working on. And like the city manager stated earlier, we do have some allocations to discuss tonight. So I'll direct you to the bottom right. Right is the $3.6 million total. The table is coded in highlighted with three different types of highlights. So the yellow represents completed projects with leftover funding. So if we just look at number 4, which is the online portal safety training, you'll see that to the far right, there's $62,500 available. And you go down to number 5, essential worker pay, there's the dollars amount available. Number 18, the 2 caseworkers, there's $300,000 available. So you get the idea. Eliminated projects in red during public comments. You heard that the CAD RMS system, staff is recommending that drop off of the list. For the main reason is that we are not in a position to successfully implement the project, and it is that important that we do need to implement it correctly. So our police department is here. They can talk a little bit more about that during questions. The other item that you'll see here in red is marketing and branding for Little Saigon. Super important to continue moving forward with marketing and branding. We're just not in a position to utilize the $100,000 at this time to move forward with that. So the effort will take place under a different funding source. So you'll see that the $100,000 is carried over as part of a complete reallocation. And then as part of the affordable housing number 20, we did try really hard to allocate these funds. We ended up approving a project not too long ago. We ended up not utilizing these funds on that project. That project didn't move forward. As far as this ARPA designation, however, the entire $2.9 million is set aside under the category of still under the eliminated project. And then we have the item in green, which is the park improvements. Our public works director is here tonight also to address questions on that. In a nutshell, in my past life, these types of projects are very difficult to develop. When we went out and to obtain quotes to put together these lists to bring to council that were very early and preliminary. And some projects are much easier to predict the final cost. CIP projects are a little bit different. So as our engineers move forward through the design and process with architects and other experts, we find ourselves $1 million short of delivering those projects, and that is why that is highlighted in green, meaning that we need additional money to finish those projects. So when you total all of those up, you get down to the $3.6 million that's at the bottom. And really the focus of tonight's presentation is what are we going to do with the 3.6? And so we do have some ideas. Next slide. This just kind of gets rid of all the other projects and just focuses on those highlighted projects. $3.6 million is what we're trying to reallocate. And again, staff is available during questions to address the status of some of these projects. So we're looking at project opportunities over the course of the last year or so. We have met with we've met with council members individually. We've heard from community members and staff. Staff has also put together some ideas based on us understanding the needs of the community, the ever-evolving needs of the community. So these are just 6 projects that we have brought for you to see if you would consider them as candidates to utilize the money towards. I'll go through them briefly. The first one is soccer field conversions at Sigler Park. There's currently a softball field there. It is underutilized. That softball field is not affiliated with a nonprofit youth organization, baseball league, or anything like that. It's just an amenity for the public, and it is underutilized. So there's a $1.7 million one-time cost proposal to install 2 soccer fields. However, these are not adult-sized regulation soccer fields or youth soccer fields. Number 2 is the Axon contract. I look at it as a little bit of almost a one-to-one swap. With the CAT RMS. It is a very important component of our police department. It would supply the police department with body-worn cameras, data storage technology, introduce tasers as well as dash cam. Forward-facing and rear-facing on all of our police vehicles for liability and accountability at $1.4 million, and that's also a one-time cost. The introduction of Park Rangers program is something that has come up recently as a way of addressing really the outcry from the community regarding parks. Every weekend I receive information, complaints from the public, from the council, from staff regarding the quality of life issues that we experience at the parks. So this park ranger program, we're very fortunate that our Chief Lanier actually oversaw a park ranger program at a previous agency, and that is an $800,000 estimated cost, an ongoing cost of approximately $475,000. These would be quasi-police officers that are patrolling our parks. They would have citation authority, and they would provide 7 days a week coverage of all of our parks to ensure that the amenities are used by the appropriate people. As an instance, if an unlicensed club comes and takes over half the park for a tournament that's not permitted, we would be there to address that. We would be there to address people that are loitering in the restrooms, other drinking in public, other things that are not preferred or ideal for our parks. Number 4 and number 4, 5, and 6 are relatively inexpensive. Code enforcement, community preservation training. There is a lapse in the training that they've gone through over the years, and we just want to make sure that they are equipped with the right equipment and trained in the best manner to perform their job and also provide them protection while out in the field. The flock camera is another police amenity. I can't speak enough about the flock cameras. Our chief is here to address any questions on that as well. The flock cameras assist us in essentially investigating leads and solving crime. And I get regular updates through our chief, city manager, and I of the use of a flock camera that assists in solving a crime. And this would be expanding our camera system that we have in the city to be able to do more of that, cover more of the city. Number 6, Energov. This is actually a very exciting opportunity. We have promises to the city council that we've made, over the vice mayor, about Energov. We will be back. We're happy to report we do have a launch for Energov for our online portal that's going live next week. So we'll provide you more information on that. We'll be back to provide you kind of a show and tell of what that looks like. We have an end of the year goal We have an end of the year goal for Energov as well. That's based on past promises. This actually takes us further. If you walk around City Hall these days, and for quite some time, stacks of paper everywhere, a lot of markers, and markups, and paper files. This would essentially take our plan intake process completely online. This is what a lot of the cutting edge cities are doing in California. The ability for an architect to finish a project, online submittal directly into the portal, directly to the desk of a staff member that provides comments digitally, that sends it right back to them. Right now, people are making copies, showing up with multiple copies, and it's still very archaic. So at $60,000, we would be retraining staff and expanding our capabilities on Energov. So again, this is a little bit of options for you to select from. And that concludes the presentation as far as reallocation. We're here to answer any questions that you may have.
May I speak? I actually do just, Mayor, if I can just add to that really quick as well. When we do the math on what was presented to the City Council as far as some of the ideas that we have, we just want to point out that we're not expecting that the council is going to have to make that full allocation, because when you add everything up, it actually does not equal the 3.6. Those are just some ideas that we've put out there. So we're just really looking for council direction tonight. And, you know, if council has additional ideas that were not presented, we welcome those as well. And we also welcome, you know, additional meeting if you need more time to, you know, think about how you would like to spend the rest of the ARPA funds.
To continue on that thought, but when you add up the six, they're less than 3.6, right? Not more than, more than 3.6?
It's more than 3.6. The soccer field alone is 1.7.
So how much more? Because we gotta eliminate some.
A lot more.
A lot more.
We're ready to do the math for you, depending on how the conversation goes.
Yeah, these were just some ideas that we put up. They're just kind of based on what some of the concerns that we've heard from residents and concerns that we've, you know, heard from you as council members as far as priorities go. But yes, it's not possible to approve all of them. But we would really like your direction on what you would consider, you know, among the list or not.
Thank you. So we're gonna start at the bottom, from the bottom of the list, the Energov. But you know, that's really a sore subject for me. You know, I've been waiting for this one for like 6 years, 7 years, maybe even 8 years. So maybe that'll be my 8th-year present or something. But I mean, I'm gonna hold your feet to the fire. It sounds really good and everything, but you know, is this just gonna be an empty promise? I hope not. But I mean, it sounds great, and I've been waiting for that feature and that specific feature that's gonna take off. Well, it's gonna make a lot of happy customers, you know, and as you know, you were talking about you know, circulating a lot of paper and then inefficiencies that's been kind of draining on all of you. So is that a promise, or may I charge you if it doesn't work out?
Yes, you can. So we made 3 promises. One of them will meet next week, which is the online portal goes live. We'll have a presentation here along with a video, a training video for that. And then there's an end of the year promise. We're on track for that as well. And then this actually is after we're completed with what you recently approved. We would be taking us completely digital and approvals paperless. That's what that's for.
Okay, and you said when? By the end of the year?
We would be able to, do you want to jump on that?
By the end of the year, we'll be able to do some enhancements that we talked about last time. Like Adolfo alluded to, March 31st, we're going to launch the online portal, which won't include digital intake and applications at this time, but deciding tonight to go forward with number 6, Energov digital plan intake and online application process launch would just allow us to contract with Park, and the timetable would be dependent on some of these other enhancements we also have, so we'd have to just prioritize those goals, and we could get back on exactly, based on those priorities, how quickly we could get those done.
Well, I'm very excited. So, you know, I'm gonna approve that, so I would recommend our colleagues, my colleagues to approve the EnerGov for $60,000 more. Hopefully that'll be the last money that we need to spend on that.
The system will be fully functional, built out at that point.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I heard that loud and clear. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple questions for the flock cameras. Can we have the chief or someone who can explain the flock cameras?
Vâng, rất là cảm ơn ông. Ngày hôm nay thì rất là nhiều những thông tin và hơn nữa. Vâng, xin mời. Hôm nay còn có câu hỏi nào không?
Trong bên ông nói thì sư coi hệ chiếu vẫn ở trong chùa phải không? Mà làm sao để truyền thông chúng tôi tiếp cận được cô
Good evening, Councilwoman, Council Members, Mayor. Right now, that's for an additional 8 cameras, I believe. These cameras are essential in our investigation. Recently, we went to a meeting just last week where we learned that we are way behind the curve on these cameras. These cameras read license plates. So if I can explain just for a second, I know sometimes there's concerns with what we're putting cameras all over town and they're going to spy on us. There's rigorous laws that pertain to and policies that pertain to these cameras. They call them ALPRs. They're automated license plate readers. So for instance, if we have a smash and grab, and we have 10 people leave, and one of the witnesses sees them all get into a van and go southbound Beach Boulevard, but they don't get a plate, and it's a white van. Well, good luck trying to find a white van that may be registered somewhere in Orange County, LA, Riverside, maybe out of state. We have no leads really, other than a white van, and we can't go stop every white van we see. So we would just go back, see what time approximately that was, and if they fled in a certain direction and passed a flock camera, we would run all the plates, see which one came back as the van, and now we have a suspect that we can identify and track back to their house and investigate. Possibly recover that property and make an arrest. Of course, and in more instances, we use this during violent crimes when we have a shooting or a stabbing or a sexual assault. Now we have a time frame and a possible make or model of a car, which we often do in these types of crimes. Now we can go back to those flock cameras and look. I will give you an example. Is right now we have about a dozen flock cameras throughout town. We've had them for about a year now. We've solved dozens and dozens of crimes because of those cameras. But I'm going to compare our city with a city a little north of us that's half our size in population. They have over 300 cameras, and we're sitting around a dozen. Just so you have context with how far we're behind on this. So we do feel it's a start with getting a little less than a dozen more by requesting the council to approve this to help us combat the crime in town.
Now, with that 8 cameras, would they be in charge of taking care of maintenance of those cameras as well?
Yes, everything is included with that.
And how long does those cameras last, usually? Like?
I don't remember.
Okay. And then I have 2 more questions. Axiom contract. Now, is that basically, that's for the body cam, right? And everything that you needed for our law enforcement?
So right now, we currently do have an Axon contract. Most police departments, especially in Orange County, have an Axon contract or similar under a different brand name. That is for, and we do have this, tasers and body-worn cameras. It's also for the storage of all that data we get, which is actually huge. For the only addition we are getting with this is right now, our police units do not have in-car cameras. We call them dash cams. They're actually forward and rear facing. We do not have that. So oftentimes when we go in from an administrative perspective and review, say, a pursuit where we crashed, or maybe it wasn't even a pursuit, maybe an officer was responding to a call and crashed, or maybe somebody crashed into them. The body-worn camera is usually
picking up the steering wheel and you see nothing else because the person's sitting there, steering wheel distance, and it's no help at all. Even in many shootings, we pick up from body-worn camera the insides of wrists predominantly because the officer's holding a weapon out like this, and the body-worn camera that's usually worn right here is just picking up wrists. So the addition of the cameras in the car give us a larger perspective of what's happening and will aid us in car crashes as well, and in litigation when somebody might feel that it was the city's fault, the officer's fault, and are looking for a settlement. We're able to go back and go, we have video evidence that it was not the officer's fault in this crash. And we do have many police cars and police vehicles operating 24/7, 365 days a week. So we do look at this as litigation reduction or liability reduction because we basically will have a black box type device in every car.
Okay, and last question, introduction of park ranger program. How many ranger would that be? And would they do 24 hours a day, or they rotate, some in the morning, some in the evening? And what is their role?
Yes, Councilwoman. So the park rangers right now, we have no one that actually is assigned 100% to our parks. The city has over 20 parks. That's a lot of parks. And a lot of activities at these parks, and I think all of you know that. I think most of you, if not all, I have received text messages with concerns with homeless in the area of parks, with other crimes and way of life issues going on at the parks. And oftentimes our police officers, they respond to things in priority. Life safety first, then property crimes, then way of life calls for service. So a lot of times it takes them hours to get to these calls because they might be tied up on a violent crime. They might be tied up on a property crime. And when they're not, they can get right away to these kind of calls where there's things happening in the parks. They're important, but not as important as protecting life and property. With park rangers, they're not responsible for any of those other things going on. They're just responsible for those parks and way of life issues. They actually would be, the way we are looking at it, or the program we're looking at, would actually have peace officer status. Not full police, there's several actually levels, not full police qualifications, but a level of it. And with that, they're able to actually affect minor arrests, cite for our municipal code section, and enforce certain laws, which would primarily be in our parks. So we wouldn't have that delay. We would have proactive enforcement in those parks. When Little League's about to start, if we don't have police officers that are available because they're handling other calls for service, that wouldn't happen with park rangers. They would be there.
Okay, on a less lighter note, like, do they dress in green uniform like the Rangers or something different?
No, what we're actually looking at, and again, we haven't finalized this because we don't even know if council will approve this, but we would be looking at something similar. There's some other programs, and we're more attracted to certain ones because we think it would be best for this city, but it would be similar to black pants, gray shirt. They would have park ranger on the back, and I think you had another question with, for park rangers, it would not be 24/7. That's not enough personnel for 24/7.
So you rotate.
So that would be enough for 7 days a week coverage, and it would be generally during the times of day of events at parks, and when the parks are being utilized, especially by families and children.
Not in the evening, right?
Sometimes it would be.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
A follow-up question on that, because of, as far as the time goes, is our parks, I think there's a time on there for close at 9, right? That there's a, I think that's one of our codes. So we would have to try to enforce that, especially with encampments at our parks, which that's one of the major complaints, that our residents can't even utilize our parks because they're overrun by encampments. So
that is correct. And right now we actually do enforce that. Most of our parks, and again, there's 20 of them, we don't have 20 officers on duty through the evening. So we can't be at every park, you know, that evening. And quite frankly, our nighttime activity, police levels are pretty busy.
Yes, for sure.
So, but we do, I get a log every morning at 6 a.m. I get to see the activity, and in their free time, when they have free time, the parks are in fact being patrolled. We do frequently make arrests at those parks, and we frequently actually do cite for being in the park after hours.
Okay. Are you done?
Okay, I just have a question relating to the park. Are they gonna be on foot, on bike, on horse?
So like other cities, Vice Mayor, like other cities that have the model we're looking at, they generally drive a smaller pickup truck, so they're able to put, say, items in the back if they're taking down an encampment or something like that. It gets them to different parks quicker than if they had to walk, and they're able to respond to calls also at those parks. So where a police officer might have an hour or two response because they're getting hit with other calls for service that are a higher priority, the park ranger wouldn't. They'd be just going to the park calls.
To reduce the cost, would you consider an e-bike?
To reduce the cost, I would keep them in trucks.
In trucks, really?
Yes, because one crash, our worker comp and the HR director can probably fill you in on what that would cost us, would make a pickup truck look cheap compared to what the medical bills would be, and lost wages, of course, too.
All right. I have a couple more questions. So, one of the questions is, since you're up here, you can answer. It's kind of embarrassing what you just said earlier about where we are as far as flock cameras is concerned. Are we limiting? I would be considering at least doubling the request that's on here, because we know that, you know, crime has been up, and they have been. We've all gotten the reports not only in our city, but when criminals are coming in from other cities, crossing our city, our flock cameras are able to pick them up as well. So, I mean, for the safety of our residents, I would consider at least doubling that, because that is also public safety and quality of life for our residents, to be able to make sure we keep them as safe as we possibly can, and to give you the tools to do that.
Yes, Councilman. So, of course, the ARPA spending, the priorities of that spending are basically between you and the city manager for prioritizing that. So I would defer to both of you.
We're not limited to that, city manager, or?
As far as increasing the number of flock cams?
Yes.
So if you wanted to increase the number, then we would just double the cost if you're looking to double it. Right. But just keep in mind that would, you know,
Correct.
take away allocation.
Yeah,
but yes,
sure.
You can absolutely do that.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. The other question I had is that currently, what's the status on the park improvements? Where are we as far as the amounts that were allocated previously? Where are we with those projects?
I'd like to invite our Public Works Director to address that question.
Good evening. The park improvement projects have three components. We have 5 playgrounds throughout the city, 4 pickleball courts at 2 parks, and the improvement of 6 ball diamonds in the cities at 3 parks. With the design, the designer had presented to us the playground. Not completion yet. We haven't completed the outreach effort yet, but with the initial design, he has estimated, and we are short about $1 million. These increase was due to the material increases because of after COVID, as well as the labor and as well as the rubberized materials. They increased just tremendously over the years. So this is what we experienced throughout our parks and other cities as well.
So some of those improvements that were for the baseball diamonds over at Buckingham Park, as you know, we have the Little League over there. Where are we on as far as the status on those projects?
Yes. So what we did, we came out and secure a designer for that project, and it took that company back and forth due to the insurance requirements, and we end up that they not fulfill that requirement. So we have to go out again to get another consultant to start with that. So that project started. We look at different options to reduce the cost of the project. Instead of have a metal shade shelter, we're looking at a fabric shade shelter, which do the same thing, providing the shade for the dugouts, but it doesn't take a whole lot of room for a structural impact of that area. So we started the design already.
So we hired a consultant for the design that's an expert in this field. We're not just some engineer has no experience, and this is not the case?
No, yes, sir. These designer, the landscape architect, their specialty in designing ball diamonds, laser the fields, with the dust brick, with the backstop. I keep saying that wrong. Or
That's right.
And different amenities related to the ball diamonds.
Okay. Okay, so is there a way you can just keep us, informed as far as the status of those funds that already were allocated for those specific projects?
Yeah, absolutely. I think
give us a report or something.
Yeah, we plan to continue with our outreach program for the playground. We did at 2 parks just this week, and I think we're going to bring it to the council based on what our outreach program, the result of those, what the residents, what they want and what they don't want, and bring it back and update the council.
Okay, and then as far as the other recommendations, as far as the soccer fields is concerned, so what did you say? You said there was not full size
Yes. So
courts, or?
Yes, there have been some requests over the years for adult size soccer, and our parks just don't support that size. Typically, those sizes are either on college campuses, high schools, or regional parks, right? So our parks are not of that size. However, this would introduce 2 soccer fields in the area where the softball field is a singular park with appropriate fencing and security features.
Okay. And have we done any research as far as, you said that the current baseball diamond that's on there is underutilized.
Yeah, I'd feel more comfortable if our community services director addressed the use issues at the park.
Good evening. Yes, Sigler Park has been underutilized for baseball for several years, prior to COVID even. Our local leagues, they've collapsed, and the participation in this area has dwindled. You've noticed Huntington West Little League, it used to be Westminster League. There used to be big programs where they would use those fields. They're primarily using Buckingham Park, which we have 3 fields there. And then we have the Challenger League, which is at Westminster Park with 2 fields there. So our local leagues are being met. That field, when it is used for baseball or softball, it would be rarely, and it's a travel team coming in that's typically not from the area. And then those cases are quite rare these days. We do allow some youth soccer practice by Westminster Youth Soccer Group out in the outfield, but it's not conducive to what the demand that we're seeing for youth soccer in this area, and it's growing.
So we don't have, in any of our parks, we don't have any soccer fields right now, is that the case?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yes, I think I gotta rethink the soccer fields, see if there's that and what's more important, but I'm willing to support the park ranger program. Well, items 2 through 6 is what I'm looking at, and with the council members' input as far as doubling the flock cameras. That's something that I would be considering. So those are my comments.
Okay, is there any other comments? I will entertain if there's a motion for it.
Do you mind, I think I would approve 2, 3, 5, and 6, and I would entertain doubling it on the flock camera with Menzo, on that one.
2, 3, 5, and 6.
2, 3, 5, and 6. Yes.
And if I heard it from Councilmember so that he's going to go from 2 to 6, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and with also doubling the, okay. Is there a second to anyone opposed? We have a motion.
No, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to move forward with items 2 through 6, but item number 5 to double item number 5 to 120.
I want a substitute motion.
I don't have a second on the first motion yet.
Yes, so for the first motion.
Can I do a substitute motion?
No, not yet. We need to have the second for the first one first.
Well, before I may second, but I have a question for the chief. Relating to the Axon contract. I know the first year we approved, for the body-worn camera, where did you get the funding from? I kind of remember, but I'll ask you, do you remember? But then, I know you're asking for, because this is actually a yearly thing, where a yearly fee, storage fee, for instance, and so every year you have to, where are you planning on getting your funds from? And I know from the time we initially approved the program, the body-worn camera and all that, I know that you started with, I don't know if you were on board at the time yet, but we started with like a nice package that was nowhere near this amount. This is probably triple the amount I seem to remember. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I know we were like asking you at the time when we approved, we said, where are you gonna get the money next time? I know you were not here. So that's, time flies. So where have you been getting the money? I know it's a yearly contract, right? Or is it 2 or 3 years, every 2 or 3 years, or do you remember?
Yes, Vice Mayor, so that was before my time, so I'm going to go off of what I think happened.
But have you been paying since,
Yes.
I know you've been on board for what, 3 years?
Yes,
2
and
years?
it is a general fund expenditure.
Uh-huh.
This would be the initial buy-in. It is a subscription for 10 years. You are absolutely right, the price is more. A few different reasons. One is we are asking for dash cams for the police units. That brought up the price. But the price of actually body-worn cameras and tasers has increased dramatically. In fact, it goes up every year to the point where this contract we're looking at this evening would be for a 10-year contract, because if we delay more, the price on a bar graph would just keep going like this. Just about every police department, if not all, in California have these devices. Everyone in the nation is going to them. I believe most agencies do have them. So the market is pretty steep. In fact, we probably wouldn't even be able to get our new equipment until this summer.
So could you give us a breakdown, how much is the dash cams?
So I do not have that paperwork, not knowing this would be questioned tonight. I do not have that paperwork in front of me. The total contract, though, is a little over $5 million for a 10-year contract for the dash cams, tasers, and that includes replacements to new equipment every other year in some cases, unlimited storage for us. But as far as how much are the dash cams, how much are the tasers, individually, I'd actually need my paperwork and the contract in front of me, which I do not have.
Chief?
So between the
Aaron
dash
has-
cams and flock cameras,
So I was just informed, finance actually has the contract, the
Just
breakdown.
got some information to share.
Yeah,
regarding this.
actually not on the contract. The original contract was paid out of the seizure funds, not the general fund.
That's what I thought.
But those funds are a lot lower than they used to be. We're down to about 500,000 left, and we typically budget about 500,000 a year.
so you've been
So
taking it out
we
of
probably
seizure
have one more year using those funds at our current budget level.
So another way to look at it would be, we would need a different funding option after this year, after we made our last payment.
Okay.
Before I ask for a second to the motion, I would like to mention a little bit about this. I would think that the council should take into consideration for number one also, because the number one, I know there's a number of requests for the soccer field, and this is a time that I appreciate that staff look into this and recommend it to the council. So I don't think why we know that we have different softball fields, and staff actually said that underutilized for this park here. So I think that having different sports consideration for the park for those who are requesting, I think we should consider the soccer field.
Yes, Mayor.
I agree with that.
I do, yeah, I just wasn't sure if our council colleagues would approve that, being such a big ticketed item. One of the questions I had wasn't a follow-up question, was have we looked at what would the cost of one soccer field be? I mean, just divide it in half, and can we really afford, because all these proposals are greater than the 3 million, the 3.6, correct?
We do have running totals for the two proposals. So just if you want a recount of where we are dollars-wise, we can provide that before you vote.
Okay.
But regarding this particular question, though, I'll let Jake address it. I have my opinions, but.
Yeah, I was trying to fit everything into the budget. That's why I was kind of scrutinizing the Axon contract to see if there's anything we could, like, I mean, everything's important, but, you know, not to put everything under this ARPA fund.
So to answer Councilman Manzo's questions, sometimes it's not easy, just half of the cost, because the cost of the removal of the existing ball diamonds is still there. The lighting is still part of that. So sometimes it's going to be, if you do one field, it's going to be more than just half of the cost.
Yeah, I see that.
And then another thing, if I may say, I may add, is that usually I know, I've talked to some people, and they said, you know, like usually they have competition, so they would have two groups compete and in two fields separately, and then after that they go against one another. So,
Jake, may I ask if this is children's soccer field or adult soccer field?
Children.
This is group 8 of 13 to 15, so it's not a professional soccer field as big, but it's not a smaller one. There's another two more groups, group 8, which is smaller. And then if they choose to play in those fields, they can delineate a smaller, so it's not restrict them to play in those fields.
Correct.
All right. No, I'm definitely for that, and I know our community would definitely love to have soccer fields. We don't have any soccer fields in the city, and I'm not a soccer fan, but I'm a huge baseball fan, but I know soccer is the most popular sport worldwide, so I think
especially with youth.
So I'm asking if you are willing to revise your motion.
Yes, I would revise it to include number one. And if there's any other savings anywhere that, on any of the other funds that haven't been expended, maybe you can bring that back to us at a later time.
Okay, is there a second to that?
Councilmember. Understanding,
Excuse me?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Is it your,
Can our city finance director?
To address your concern with not having enough funds, finance director would like to make a comment.
We can always look at another funding source. Park dedication has a balance in it, and we could use that to offset some of the cost if we don't have enough ARPA.
Okay, that's
Great.
awesome. Thank you. This would be the opportunity.
Yeah.
This would be the ideal situation, and use those park dedication funds.
We could use as much as we could from the ARPA funds, and then any of the remaining, we
So I
could
don't have to
turn
cut
to park dedication.
Axon?
No, so we would be
so how
looking.
much would it be?
So just if we just look at a scenario where we fund everything, we're short a certain amount. What is that amount?
Funding everything, we're short 576,000.
And what's in park dedication?
approximately, well, at budget time, it was $1.6 million. We're estimating about $1.8 million right now, depending on
Okay.
how we come in at the end of the
All
year.
right. Okay, that sounds great. So my motion, I revised my motion to include items 1 through 6.
A second.
Okay, 1 to 6, and I think that
With
you
the
want to double.
Double the flock.
Okay,
Thank you, Mayor.
all right. You hear
That's
that?
in
You
our-
hear the motion? Okay, got it, okay. So perhaps, do you want to do something motion?
So
or you are
basically,
okay
from
with
what
that?
I'm understanding, is that how much would it be with the park funding to that? So what's left? What is the extra cost, Erin?
Off of my calculations, and Ryan, tell me if I'm wrong, I showed that we will need to use $576,612 from park dedication.
Okay, and then would we still go over even using that?
No, we would use the whole amount that is eligible to be funded, and that would also include the doubling of the flock cameras at
So it would cover
120,000.
everything?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
So
Yes, Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As far as I read staff report, everything on the list is very, very good to me. But may I remind you guys that the number 3 park ranger program is right now is we're going to allocate like $800,000 for it. And this is came out of the ARPA fund, right? ARPA fund. But then when we run out of the money, and then it's going to be go directly out of the general fund. So that's what I want to remind you guys that we don't have like unlimited money to spend. So may I suggest, Chief, because this is a new program, so may we just started it with like a two officers, 2 park rangers instead of 4?
Yes, council member, we can absolutely do that if it's the council's desire.
All right, thank you.
Well, may I ask something quick? So this funding, it expire, right, by 2026, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if we don't use it, then we're done, right? So with those 4 ranger, it will cover for the 2 years, is that correct?
Well, so if we reduce the rangers, if I'm following, if we reduce the rangers, then we use less park dedication. Just
Yes,
fulfill the whole.
yes, to fulfill the list, yes.
Okay.
Because this is only one-time money.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah.
One-time money.
I think going forward,
Okay.
we would find the monies to cover those expenses. So I think this is the initial startup. So the initial startup is going to be a higher expense. When you first start the program, you got to buy the equipment, the training, and then after that, the cost per year won't be, am I right, Chief? Or is you need to buy equipment, you need to buy the trucks, you need the training. So
Chief.
then after that, then it won't be that high of an expenditure year to year, right?
Yes, Councilman.
My follow-up question on that is how important it is that to have the park ranger? If we are going to reduce from 4 to 2, is there a concern that you have?
As level, or that's hard for me to evaluate. Is it important for our parks to be clean, ready to use by the kids, starting sporting events in the morning? I don't know how to rate
So how
that.
many we have right now? Do we have any right now?
We do not have any park rangers now.
Well, if we don't have any park ranger right now, and if we have 2, that's better than none, right?
That is correct,
So
Mayor.
right now, I agree that we can start out with 2, and then if need to, then we can always approve more.
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay.
All right, so,
You
Mr.
accept
Mayor,
the
can I?
motion?
Just to,
No, so,
I'd rather have the
You know what, just
original
amend?
maker to take that into consideration if they want to
yes,
modify
Yes,
that.
Councilmember
it-
Nguyen, yes, I would amend, let's amend it just for the sake of, let's get this program up and running. and then later on, we can hire more if need be. So I
Okay.
would amend my motion.
And I would second.
Your second is okay? Okay,
Yes.
all right. Any substitute motion to this? Hearing none, so go ahead and call for roll call vote, please. I think city manager wanted to touch.
Just point of clarification, because if we're reducing down to 2, so you're looking to fund 2 years with the ARPA funds, or just reducing to 2 to fund 1 year?
No, the 2 years.
Okay, that just,
Yeah, 2 years.
okay, perfect.
All right, roll call vote, please.
Okay.
I just want clarification. So that means we will use less park funding, right?
Yes.
And use all of,
No, the 800 covers 1 year of the program. So if we cut it in half, or if we just did 2 of the rangers, we could fund 2 years of park rangers with 800,000, with 2. So 4 rangers cost 800,000 for the first year. Cutting it in half, if we cut to 2, that would be 400 for the first year. And we could always use the general fund for the second year, but we could use the park dedication for the park, and we wouldn't need to hit or turn to the general fund until the third year for the park rangers.
Sounds good.
2 rangers.
Right, I have a question for Aaron.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I have a question for you.
Okay.
Since a park ranger is dedicated to parks, can the funding of that come out of the park dedication fund?
No, I wish, but no, we can't do ongoing
trying to get
salaries or
creative here.
maintenance. It has to be new facilities
like our
and new
lighting
development,
system.
yes.
Pretty specific.
Okay, very interesting, discussion, and we probably, attempt to call for vote.
Okay, so I do have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, a second made by Vice Mayor Ho. This is support items 1 through 6 to have for number 3, 2 rangers for the program, and to double the funding for item number 5 to 120,000. I'll go to call roll.
So can you repeat that real quick?
Absolutely. So the motion on the floor is to support items 1 through 6. It is to do 2 rangers for item number 3.
For 2 years.
For 2 years, which would still be the 800,000. And then double item number 5, which would be 120,000.
Correct.
Okay. Councilwoman Fan West,
yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Before I vote, what is the total that we have right now on the cost?
For the amount that, the 3.6, the total amount that we currently are voting on?
The total we're currently voting on from ARPA is $3,615,888.
All right, thank you. My vote is yes.
Vice Mayor Ho
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
All right, moving on to 5.5, 2024 TET Parade overview. Consideration of the 2025 TET Parade event date and establishing the 2025 TET Parade ad hoc committee. So I would like to invite the staff to overview this item first.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We're going to invite our Community Services Director, Vanessa Johnson, to present a presentation.
All right. Floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This is the overview of the 2024 TET Parade and consideration of some things for next year's parade, an event date, and establishing an ad hoc committee potentially. So just a little bit of background, as you are all well aware, City Council approved that the city would be the host of the 2023 TET Parade back in November of 2022. And then with the success of the 2023 parade, the mayor and city council approved moving forward as a city event and selected February 10th, 2024 as this year's TET Parade. This will provide an overview of what that event was. So as you can imagine, an event of this scope and size takes months of planning. We hosted a number of meetings beginning right after the 2023 parade to get ready. We updated our sponsorship deck and our parade applications and got everyone on board much earlier than we were able to do in 2023. We do have, the ad hoc committee was selected, and again, Mayor Nguyen and Councilwoman Van West were part of that, and met several times with staff to identify strategies, help us recruit participants and sponsors, develop our program, and provide general guidance on the cultural experience of the event. This year's theme was the Spring of Prosperity. Presentation is heavy on the pictures, unlike the last couple ones, so I hope you appreciate what came out of this. I think that paints a better picture than what I'm saying. So our communication, our marketing, and our media tactics, we wanted to expand those areas, and we included television, radio, social media. A number of television and radio stations provided airtime, and members of the city staff to promote the event. I listed some radio stations that were also supportive of our marketing and communicating about the event. Also this year, staff moved forward with using some online popular platforms that are used by a lot of families in Orange County. This is eventbrite.com, which we saw success with our fall festival and some of our other events. orangecounty.net, Kids Out and About, Parenting OC. These are all really popular online platforms, and some influencer sites such as All Things Orange County and Life is Good OC. We use some traditional tactics as well: flyers, banners, posters, our street banners. We did ads that were displayed on our bus shelters, and the parade was featured on the cover of our quarterly newsletter for the winter edition, which happened to be one of my favorite covers that we've created. We also created a program of the event that we passed out to all the parade participants, sponsors, and anyone who wanted one in attendance, and that was also available on our website. It featured a schedule of events, all the participants, our sponsors. It was a great little keepsake. For the media area, we created a credential request form that would allow staff to screen media who were interested in covering the event. This worked out really seamlessly. We held a pre-event meeting for those that were registered so that we could go over expectations, what we could do for them, and what we expected of our media players. We had a total of 57 individuals who registered for that media access pass, and they were present the day of. Also super excited to share that we had some live coverage day of the event, and you see some screenshots here from CBS, KCAL, and ABC7 from our event. Also, the parade was broadcast live on the city's website, YouTube channel, and WTV throughout using our PCTA capacity, and the event has seen about 20,000 views on our YouTube channel. Our parade sponsors, we couldn't have done it without them. So this year, we secured sponsorships totaling $96,000, which was $25,500 more than the previous year. I'd like to thank the Westminster Community Foundation again for their support and their fundraising efforts on the TET Parade Gala that was held on January 6th. This is a great picture of our title sponsor, the Westminster School District, who put a lot of effort into their entry as well, and took advantage of the fun Year of the Dragon theme. Our sponsors, like I mentioned, our title sponsor, Westminster School District, our community partners, Midway City Sanitary District, the Westminster Community Foundation. Gold sponsors included our POA, the WMEA, Ruby Star Corporation, 365 Nansam Hongda, the Orange County Water District, and Evie Princess and BL Miracle Cosmetics. Also silver sponsors, Shop Off Realty Investments, Estevia Health. Bronze sponsors were Clever Care Health Plan, the Garden Grove Unified School District, New Vision Credit Union, Auntie Anne's, Rancho Santiago Community College and Santa Ana Community College, and ASCO Inc. And our in-kind sponsors, which were very generous as well, our local Home Depot, C&B Towing, Emergency Ambulance, and Lee's Sandwiches. Event management and coordination by staff. City staff from all departments were present and took on roles during the event. And we met a number of times leading up to the event. We had 133 staff members that worked that day. It was everything from your city manager and your department head team to our crossing guards were out there. Parade entries, we had 85 entries. That was an increase over the 67 in 2003. Most of them featured a number of vehicles, multiple walking groups, marching bands, nonprofit organizations, and we did see more participation by schools this year and their performers. About 2,500 participants were in the parade as an estimate based on their applications, and that also was a big increase from the number of participants that were in the 2023 parade. We held a couple of meetings to go over expectations with our entries as well, which really helped streamline some processes and make the parade as smooth for them and for staff as well. Street closures and traffic impacts, those remained the same as 2023. It works, we keep it the same. This traffic control is provided by a state licensed contractor, and as always, our public works staff are essential to helping maintain traffic control. Public safety, that's always overseen by our police department. The city's emergency operations coordinator developed a comprehensive emergency action plan outlining preliminary and contingency operations plan to support public safety during any emergency response that would be needed. I'm happy to report there was no significant incidents at this year's event, which is remarkable for that many people and the size of the event. Also very impressive, we had 159 police explorers. So those are technically free labor volunteers that get a lot of on-the-job training. This was more than double the number from 2023. They play vital roles, assist with traffic control, crowd management, and general safety and security measures. And we'd like to thank the following police departments for their explorers. That was Tustin, Buena Park, La Palma, La Habra, Brea, Orange, Fountain Valley, Fullerton, Placentia, Costa Mesa, Seal Beach, Anaheim, Irvine, Cypress, Garden Grove, and along with the Orange County Sheriff's Department. So a really impressive turnout to come support Westminster's event. So a brief overview of our budget and expenditures and revenue. Expenditures were just under 142,000. Personnel for the day of the event was just under 42,000. Our in-kind donations were estimated at $4,765. Like I mentioned, sponsorships were $96,000 and parade entry fees were $22,200. Here's another breakdown that our total costs and also our total revenue. On this screen also includes our grandstand seat sales. So that total revenue and the offsets were $125,444.75. The total cost to the city is approximately $58,420.80, with the majority of that really being that personnel cost of the day of the event. So like I mentioned, we did a great job selling grandstand seats this year. We used the very popular Eventbrite, which is user-friendly and most used for types of sales of this kind. We made just under $2,200 doing that, and we even sold those were online sales leading up to it, and in addition to that, we did sell seats the day of and collected some cash and took credit cards at the event. Also, a notable addition, we partnered with Abrazar, and they helped shuttle parade participants from City Hall to the parade area, which was a great help, and we appreciate their collaboration. Also, we improved the VIP check-in, tried to make that smoother and a better efficient experience for our distinguished guests. Also, just another look at the two floats. We partnered with a vendor who does self-propelled floats, as you guys all had the chance to ride on. They were just beautiful, and they captured the Year of the Dragon theme and the theme of this year's parade, Spring of Prosperity. So make for great pictures. We also showcased a number of other features for the city in the parade, our police department, the Bearcat, our Canine Dragon, the water division, our youth committee, our mobile van, and our WOW van, and our recreation classes, along with Project Shoe participants. It's estimated that there was 15,000 to 20,000 people in attendance, and according to some cool geofencing technology, there were 17,000 plus unique visitors trackable from Magnolia Street to Bouchard along Bolsa during the day of the parade. So with that, that's an overview of what we did in 2024. So looking ahead to 2025, the first day of the Lunar New Year is Wednesday, January 29th. So staff recommends potential 3 dates, either Saturday, January 25th, before the Lunar New Year, Saturday, February 1st, the Saturday right after the Lunar New Year, or Sunday, February 2nd. So in conclusion tonight, you should receive and file this report and provide direction on the ad hoc committee selecting a date, and a date will allow us to begin outreach to our potential sponsors, to let our participants know what date we'll be moving with in 2024, and funding for the 2025 parade, that's a typo, will be included in the next fiscal year's budget cycle. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, or if there's discussion that's we'd like to do.
Is there any question from the council?
I just want to say, and this was a huge undertaking, and all staff, everybody pulled together and did an awesome job. I know that this is one of the best TET parades that I've been a part of, and I've been to a lot of them. And everybody, I'm pretty sure, had a really good time. My goal, and I expressed this to the mayors, to make sure that we hopefully try to get as much as the community to attend, because this is a great time for our city, and get a lot of the other folks to come out and be part of this celebration. Going forward, I would like to see some more expanded media, maybe to do some in English and Spanish, to try to, because we do make sure we don't exclude, that part of our community, and try to get them involved and see how, to show them how this is a great time in our city. So that's something that I think that we should work to try to do this next time. I know I'm sure you did, but I want to try to get that information out there as much as possible. I know some folks, I try to listen to some of the comments, and some folks are turned off by it, but no, this is a good time for our city. This is a time for celebration and unity. So let's all unite and come out and have a good time. So hopefully we can get more attendance out there. So
are you done?
Yeah, I just want to, the only question I had was, and maybe we can do something different next year for as far as I met a few people who are part of cart clubs, and maybe we can get them to help us out with the cars for the council if we're gonna keep going in that direction, to try to save some money for that, in that part. And the rest is just, stuff that I'm sure it's fine. I just want to throw that out there. We can talk about that at a later time. So
thank you very much. I just want to add to that. First of all, thanks, staff, put in a lot of effort for this one. I know this is a big event, biggest event for the city, and no doubt that we took a lot of times to get it ready, right? I also want to thank the media, Vietnamese media. We actually had a lot of free medias, and to promote the event. I would say that we cannot have a successful event if we don't have their, help as a promoting for the event, as a promotion for the event. We save a lot of money if we have to use them and pay them for the advertising. Part of it, I would say that I would say that I am fortunate enough to know a lot of them, and I actually asked for a favor, and we got it. The other day we appreciate them by having them to come and give them the appreciation. But again, I want to thank them for what they did for us, not this year, but also last year, and I'm sure that is in the future. For the item today is we have three different things that we have to approve or discuss about. First of all, receive and file what you just presented to us, okay? And thanks for the presentation. Second, we have to make sure that we set out a date so that staff can work with, and then, of course, that community wants to know when, right? For those people who are out of state, that they're going to prepare for this. What I know is that the difference between this year event and last year event, that we have more participants and we have more of entries, and I'm sure that, and as I noticed that we have a lot of people out of state, out of town, attended the event, and what I heard is, this year marks, an incredible event, and then people are looking forward to for the next year event. So I'm pretty sure that next year is going to be better and better every year. And whatever that, we will be for sure that we be, flush, or, at least we are going to be, we don't have to put out any more costs for that. And the third one is that we have to make sure that the 2025 TET Parade, the ad hoc committee, we need to talk about it. I don't think that we need to have the ad hoc committee, but we do need to have somebody on the committee. So make sure that because there are sensitive issues that we have to deal with. There are many different, and it come up anytime. Somebody have to know the operation really well, or understand the culture of the community really well, in order to to provide input to the staff. And I don't know how you see that, but it's very important. It's very important that we make one mistake this time, but hopefully, I'm not going to outline that so that we can be criticized for it. But it's just an overlook. But it's not that big important. Something like that, we have to pay attention, really pay attention to it. So it's up to you, but I strongly recommend that we have a person to overlook and to work with the staff with this particular event. And so, I want to open up for questions.
Yes, I'd like to speak.
I believe that. Okay, please.
Thank you. So piggyback on basically the cost for car rental. I think you mentioned about 800 per council. Is that correct during this car rental?
Yes, it was about $800 for the cars that we rented, and the other one that you actually secured yourself was 140, I believe.
Okay, so I was thinking if, you know, I want to be on record, if you can, you know, even ask the dealership to kind of help sponsor, you know, those cars, that'd be awesome in our city. And then for the TET Parade, or, you know, we can try to get different car rental to give us a discount for the parade. I think that'd be great if we can do that for next year.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
You know, I don't see, unless I miss it, but is there a line item? I know that there was like a $40,000 given to us from the Westminster Foundation. 25,000 was to give back, and then $15,000 towards the parade. I don't see that on here. Is it?
So the Westminster Community Foundation did present a check to the city for $40,000. $25,000 of that was from the foundation, and then $15,000 was from 3 gold sponsors. That was Ruby Staff Corp, Evie Princess, BL Miracle Cosmetics, and S365 non-Sam Hong Da. So they secured those gold sponsors.
So when you did the fundraising event, I guess that night at Golden Sea, where does is it listed here how much we made, or the foundation made, or?
That is not listed here. I do not know off the top of my head what the foundation raised at that event, but they were able to directly give back $25,000 to support this event.
Okay, follow up on that question. I believe that there is a donation from our city attorney, and it's directly going to the foundation. Am I correct?
I believe the city attorney made a donation to the foundation, but I do not think the foundation included that in what they redirected back to the city at this point.
So I'd like to know where it's recorded. Is it recorded into the
I would.
I want to recognize your effort. I mean, your contribution.
Yeah, so. there was a donation to the foundation. I wasn't at the subsequent board meetings. They did an event at some point where they determined how much they raised, and then they made a decision how much they were going to then give of that to the city towards the parade. So I don't know if it's any, I don't think it's any particular group, one or the other. They basically just took all the money, decided how much they needed to continue their operations, and then gave the rest to the city. It was my understanding.
Okay.
I'm sure the foundation can give a presentation on where they stand financially right now.
I think
sure they'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, because the 25,000 here is just what we gave them. So really, we net like zero from, you know, from the foundation's effort. So we'd just like to hear from them. Because I'm sure those questions are going to come up when we try to raise or solicit for donations next year, you know?
Yes, I will be happy to pass along that message.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And is there
Mayor, what would you suggest the date would be? You would know best.
I suggest that February 1st, because it's going to be on, the New Year is on the 29th of January, which is on Wednesday, and we are not going to do before that. Of course, we are going to do the weekend after that. And Saturday is a better day than any other day.
Right.
And so I suggest that February 1st is the date.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I want to clarify with
Thank you, thank you.
And then I also think, Mayor, I truly believe that an ad hoc committee is not necessary. I think something that's more needed is a council liaison, which that's what I think you would come into play. Because this is a very big job, and we really don't need to have have staff having to kind of work around that. I think it'd be more efficient just to have one liaison to work with staff. So that's my personal feeling.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other?
I think it's important to have the ad hoc committee, Mr. Mayor. I think it did help with the crucial thing that you mentioned, especially we don't want to make any mistake regarding culturally. And I think it is important to continue to have the ad hoc committee. Two is a good balance. We can nominate different people or we can keep the same. So that's up to the council, but I think the ad hoc committee is a good partnership with the staff.
Any other questions, any comments? If not, then what I suggest is that usually the event like this, and I don't know that you know about Vietnamese community, anything happen, whether it's good or bad, it will be the mayor's responsibility. They will blame on the mayors, and because of that, I took seriously about the working with the staff to make sure that everything look and review and make sure that it's and I don't think that necessary to have the ad hoc committee, because if it's ad hoc committee, it's only if it's good that we are working together and look at the issues and responsible for. But if we just having an ad hoc committee so that we can fight, we can do this and that without understanding the culture and everything is even worse. It's just, taking away the time, staff time, and it just create more problems. And over the last two TET Parade, I learned that a lot. So I wouldn't recommend to have ad hoc committee, but I don't agree to have a person as a liaison. The definition of liaison is you just, working with that. You are not responsible, and it's up to the person who appointed to work on it. They just liaison. Okay, I will go and work with people. If I like it, if I don't, then if you have any question, ask me. I would think that is more as of a person who is responsible for the job. Make sure that they pay attention and work closely with staff and put their responsibility on that once they are appointed. So I would say that, if possible, I don't care it's going to be my term or it's going to be the next term. The mayor is always responsible for it. If the mayor is not ready to do that, then the mayor has to learn and be responsible for the biggest projects that is, and also it's very controversial if we don't pay attention to that. So my point is that if you guys agree, I am not, I don't think that I want more of responsibility, but I don't mind to work with staff to make sure that we are on top of the issues. So to make, I would recommend that to have the mayor, whoever that is, okay, in the future, to be responsible for this as a chairman, to work with staff on this.
Mr. May I have
I'm not done yet, please.
Okay, no problem.
For the last 2 years, we've been working, and I've been working closely with staff, and I don't see there's any problem with that. we move along very well. So I would think that, you know, we need to continue to that, on that. I don't mind to be, continue to work with staff on this, but it's up to the council. Yes,
Okay,
your turn now.
thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, what I'm thinking is until we financially on the clear, I think it's important to have the ad hoc committee. I mean, we reduced from $150 on the first year TET Parade to $59,000. So until we're in the clear, I think we should have one more ad hoc committee for next year. I don't care who you choose, but I think there's check and balance to reduce that because of taxpayers' money until we're in the zero. We don't, you know, take any money out of that. I think that would be good. But I encourage you to have an ad hoc committee with someone else to help on this with staff. It's very important because I know you're the mayor, but it's always important to have another person in there to bounce ideas back and forth.
Let me respond to your comment. That's the part that I'm afraid of. You are on the committee as an ad hoc committee, but you went out there and just now, you don't even know how much that we were negative of last year. You continue to tell the public that we are negative 150. Let me ask staff, can you tell us what?
The first year.
The first year. What is the negativity on that?
So the budget was $150,000. The total cost to the city was comparable to what it was this year. This year, it definitely decreased. I don't have the numbers offhand, but the cost of the city was not $150,000 in 2023. That was the budget that was allocated.
That's what it was on Vietnamese television, that saying that the city was 150,000 loss of last year, and I totally disagree with that because I verified with staff.
So can you show it
I
on
verify
the
with the city manager. I want your input on this.
Yeah, no, it was about half the amount that was out. So it was about 150,000 for the budget. We made more, but we also spent more, and it ended up being an out-of-pocket about half that amount.
I remember it was in the, I want to say in the 70s.
So it's not $150,000,
No.
So
please.
$79,000.
Yeah. But
So I know that I
80,000.
know that staff came back and reported out after the event, just like this year. So we have to make sure that when we go on air and inform people, we have to make sure that we inform correct information. We can't, you know, allude, you know, wrong information so that people can, you know, I heard that people out there saying that people, you know, city lost 150,000. I said, no, we're not. And also the number of entries that we have last year, it was wrong. And even this year, you know, when a person trying to convey the message, it was wrong number of entry too. So there are certain information that, you know, and I expect that the person who is in the ad hoc committee, you should know all that before you go out.
Well, if we're not in the clear and we still use the general fund, I think there needs to be accountability. So it is important to have an ad hoc committee with 2 council members. It can be you, Nam Quang, you and Kimberly, or you and Menzo. Either one, but I think there needs to be check and balance until we owe zero. We take zero from the general fund. Because I know in the past, other organization have made the TET Parade. They don't owe any money. They actually have money extra. And that's what they told me. So I think it's important that until the city, I understand this is the city, this is the taxpayers' money, there needs to be a check and balance always. So until we don't take any money from the general fund, then I think we don't need an ad hoc committee. So as of right now, I think we need one more year, whoever you guys decide as a council to appoint to help Mr. Mayor. I think that's important.
Can you explain to us what is check and balance here?
Well, there's still an amount, right? A budget that we still take from the general fund, the people's money, then that's not responsible until we're in the clear, because we need that ad hoc committee. We did reduce about 20,000 from the first year to the second year. But there's still a budget that we take from the general fund, the taxpayer money. Until we don't take any more taxpayer money, I think the ad hoc committee is important for that check and balance. Because the mayor, you are the mayor of the city, but the ad hoc committee is to bounce idea back and
All right,
forth.
I want to hear
And
some
you
others.
just want to make your own decision, and that's wrong.
I want to hear from other council.
I want to make a motion, this is my motion for items, the two items. My motion is to have February 1st, 2025 be the date of the next TET Parade. And I want to have Mayor Nguyen be the council liaison to work with staff and eliminate the ad hoc committee. And just on the point, this doesn't have to do with this topic, but we do want, once we get the report, well, I'll talk about this when we get the report from the, you're going to bring back the report from the Community Foundation, correct? At the next meeting? Or whenever
We
you
will
can?
have the and I don't know if it'll be
Yeah,
at the next meeting.
we'll ask the
When you
foundation.
can, when they
Yes,
can.
yeah.
All right, that's my motion.
Okay, is there a second to that?
Is there anything else that we're supposed to decide on? The date?
No, it's
The date
code-
and
The date and the items
Log
B and
and
C, B
file.
and C. Number A,
Yeah.
A is just,
receive and file.
To file.
receive and file. Is there a second to that?
Yes, I would have to concur. I just think, you know, I have to commend the mayor for really put out a lot of effort and has, you know, really done a great job guiding our staff. Really, without his guidance, I think it wouldn't be possible. So for sure, and I don't see, I haven't seen the value from the ad hoc committee. Truthfully, I mean, I'm not going to be on the ad hoc committee. I know that, so I'm not trying to, you know, just say anything bad about that. But I think now that we've had a couple of years behind us, I think I can say that just one person is the mayor, and I do agree with him that he takes full responsibility. The only thing I ask is that I think that the foundation, I think they need some autonomy, the Westminster Foundation. So if the mayor is going to be the liaison for the TET Parade and, you know, and doing everything to plan for the TET Parade, I think we can, if I could, if you can ask the maker to amend and say, you can't be on both, like at both ends. You don't want to have the control of the Westminster Foundation and then the TET Parade as if you're going to be controlling everything. So just, I think it would be better.
I mean, I don't know if that's part of this topic. Yeah.
I don't think that we need to, because I was helping part of it, you know, it take a lot of my time. I won't be able to help them next year if they were to ask me to do it. I try to not to anymore.
Okay, I would like to second.
Not allowed.
I would like to second.
Westminster Community
Yeah,
Foundation.
may I just finish?
You were, Mr. Mayor, and you yell at the
Councilmember
board
West,
member, and that's inappropriate.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, okay. I'm setting you off because we need to follow, you know, she was talking, and why you jump in. If you want to, you can wait until your turn. So please, right now, please. I understand, but we are in the meeting, and we already agreed that that's okay. But I shut you up right now because you are our part. Your turn. Okay. No. Can I ask you to refrain? Can I ask you to refrain your thoughts? Let the vice mayor finish. I do, because right now you are at the meeting that I am in control. Please. Okay. All right. Vice Mayor, you want to finish?
Yes, so, okay, so I second your motion.
Okay.
Mr.
Okay.
Manzo, would you like to repeat?
Yes.
Would you like to repeat your motion?
Yeah, my motion is to pick February 1st as the date, 2025, and have the Mayor Nguyen, be the council liaison to work with staff on significance, culture, whatever it is. The mayor, he's the expert, so you figure that out. But yes, I agree with Vice Mayor. When the topic comes up, when the foundation comes along, we'll discuss that part. But that is my motion.
I second.
Also to receive and file.
Hold on. Councilmember West, your turn now.
Yes, please, for future, do not silence the first district. Okay, that's really rude, and I'm your colleague. It's unacceptable. I'm speaking on behalf unless they vote someone else in 2026. But as of right now, I'm the first district. The only person you silent is me, the first district. District 1. That's unacceptable for my voters who are watching this. It's unacceptable, Mr. Mayor. And you have not silenced the people, but you silenced me, elected official.
If you would not jump in while
No, we
people
were
are
all
speaking.
talking. Carlos was talking. Maybe we should replay the video so you can see as well that not only I was talking, Carlo Menzo was talking as well. And we were dialoguing, and then you shut me off. You cannot do this.
You haven't
This is
any
the
comments.
fourth, this is actually the 5th time you shut me off.
Yes, because you are out of order.
No, it's not.
And I will
You
continue
never
to shut you off
Menzo.
if you are continuing to go out of order.
Oh,
Okay,
so
right now,
therefore.
are you having anything to do with
So
the
I'm
fact?
telling you
Are you-
that please do not, when I have the floor, I'm
you-
still talking. You give me the floor. You motion for me to speak up.
I give
And
you,
I'm speaking up, and then now you're shutting me off.
I give you the floor. I give you the floor to continue to discuss item 5.5. Are you continue with the 5.5, or you are talking on different matters? If you are talking 5.5, I will ask you to continue. Let me say that again, doesn't matter who. If you are out of order, I will shut you off, okay? We agree that one at a time. Yes, well, can you, okay, once again, if you are talking about 5.5, then I let you. No, it's, if, I did, but to talk about 5.5, you are out of order. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Nguyen, I believe that you want to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For one thing that I'm sure that okay, is this right? Turn me off, right?
Sorry about that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me to be clear, I just don't want to be on the TET ad hoc committee. So whoever that want to be on that thing, on that committee, okay, you are welcome to do so. But I believe that in the past two TET Parade events, the mayor, he did an exceptional job. So I just want to, I believe in him. Okay, so that's what I want to say.
Thank you. So there is a motion and second on the floor. Is there a substitute motion? Hearing none, so we go ask for a roll call, please.
Okay, I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, a second made by Vice Mayor Ho. That's to receive and file the 2024 TET Parade overview and select February 1st, 2025 for the date for the 2025 TET Parade, and appoint Mayor Nguyen as a council liaison to assist staff with the 2025 TET Parade. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Thank you. So before I vote, the first one, receive and file, I agree. The second is February 1st, I agree. But ad hoc committee is important for check and balance until we do not take money from the general fund anymore. So my vote is no.
Okay.
Okay,
It's only one motion, there's not three motions.
Yeah, it's just one.
So with,
so
It's all together, but
your
I'm.
final
because of
motion is
one,
no.
Yes, no.
Thank you. Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen,
yes.
4-1, motion carried.
Thank you very much. Next item is 5.6, approval of out-of-state travel and remaining council members to attend the Innovating Commerce Serving Communities ICSC 2024 conference at the Las Vegas Convention Center from May 19 to May 21, 2024. This item brought up by the staff, so I would like to ask for staff report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the, sorry, try that again. Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. So this item that we're presenting, so just to get a recap from what has happened, back in February, we had an item that was presented to the City Council regarding giving approval to council members to attend the ICSC convention in Las Vegas in May. As we had stated back then, ICSC is a huge conference that really gives us the opportunity to attract, seek, and bolster economic development opportunities. It's something that we had attended a long time ago in the past and hadn't for a long time. And so recently staff has made the concerted effort to reinsert ourselves into those efforts. So the past 2 years, our efforts were minimal and modest because we were really out at ICSC to observe, to meet with developers, but on a small scale. This year we're looking at, we've booked a booth in which obviously working at a booth at a convention of this magnitude with educational and development opportunities, we saw this as an opportunity for the City Council to be involved in this. And so at the last meeting, a motion was made for approval for both Vice Mayor Ho and Councilmember Monzo to attend. Per our travel policy, any out-of-state travel and use of public expenditures requires an approval of the City Council. At that meeting, Mayor Nguyen indicated that he would front the bill on his own and pay out of his own funds to attend. And subsequently after that, in a conversation with Councilwoman Fan West, she had also indicated the desire to attend paying out of her own funds. And so this is a concept that we hadn't really evaluated. And, at the time that we brought this item out, at the meeting, City Attorney had indicated that since it really did not pose a Brown Act issue, that all members of the council, if they desired and if the council approved, could attend. So at this juncture, we're actually bringing this item back less about, it's really about liability issues. Because part of the conversation that we had as staff in talking about attendance when you're not approved, by the council for this out-of-state travel, it would create some liability issues. So for example, we use Mayor Nguyen as our example, but let's say he pays on his own and attends the event. He's technically not authorized to attend the event and be a representative of the city. He is in fact still Mayor of Westminster, but his attendance at the event would simply be an attendee because, unfortunately he was not approved by the City Council to attend. And so we start bringing up questions of, well, he's gonna come and help us work at the booth. Well, he's gonna work at our booth. Let's say he accidentally trips and falls and sprains his ankle. The fact that he was not approved to be an attendee officially as, through the city, any liability, anything that would need to be covered, he's on his own for that. Even as something as simple as, let's say we all decide we're gonna take an Uber and carpool together. Mayor Nguyen is on his own, riding his own Uber vehicle because no public expenditure, no public funds were approved for him. Same with, if we decided we're going to bond and have dinner together, he is on his own footing his bill, and that would go for any of the council members. But the main issue that we have is really, there's that gray area about attending on your own, paying your own way, but you're technically not authorized to be there on behalf of the city. And so just to eliminate that problem, eliminate the, liability issues, and just so we're on the same page, if you are attending as a council member, at the convention on behalf of the city, doing city business, it really should be funded by the city. And so we don't have any gray areas that we, run into. So that's really why this item is being brought out. It's at the discretion of the council. If you decide you want to send everyone, no one else, one person, two people, it's about $6,000 per, per council member. Additionally, that does cover room, flight, room registration, and your $50 per day per diem.
So my understanding is that even though that I funded myself and to go there, and there still be liability, so that I can't be there, because
you're just
of
not
liability.
Yeah. So aside from liability, so you not being authorized to go to this event as a member of the council per se, you would be showing up as an attendee. We actually ran into someone from another city in which this was the case, where this other person happened to be in Las Vegas for a personal matter, showed up to the event, but kept having to tell people, I am just here on my own time. I'm not here as a council member. And they were standing like away as if they were just a normal attendee. That would probably be the case with any members of the council that decide to show up on their own. You would be showing up as an attendee and not as a representative of the city. And that's just really, that just creates, again, a strange area for you attending. So, in this case, just to clear the air, just to make sure everyone's on the same page, and make sure that we're covered when it comes to liability for your attendance. It's just much easier to let the council decide if you want to send anyone else to go, and funded by the city. So it's in an official capacity.
All right, thank you for your report. And is there any input from or comments from the council?
I guess I'll go since nobody's.
Yes, you can go ahead.
I think I still feel strongly about the three that we had agreed upon that was going to go. As far as the experience, the vice mayor and myself is concerned, that what we can bring to the table is serving on the planning commission and serving on council. But I also feel strongly that the mayor should be there as well. It's that being the case, and I don't want to, since we already agreed upon that, I want to make sure that it's only right that stays that way. But I also, as far as the liability is concerned, then I think it's justified that the city picks up the tab to make sure that all three of us that already had agreed upon that we're going to go, that we're all covered, for liability reasons. So it just seems that's the right thing to do. So.
Anything from anyone else, Vice Mayor or Councilmember West?
I think, may I?
Okay.
So I think this is very important for economic growth in our city, and I know that the city manager have brought that up, the importance of this, and all of us are elected by our district and the mayor at large to represent the city and to incentivize more business into our city and developers. And I think it's only good for all the council, since with the condition that city manager mentioned is that the liability, and if we do go, then it'll be as a prospect only, not as a representative in the city in the liability aspect. So I think it's important for all council, if they're willing to go and they're free to go, I think they should go on behalf to represent the city with the economic growth. And that's the reason why I think it's important. So I motion to.
No, hold on, let her hear it.
Well, as far as earlier, we were talking about the finances, so, we shouldn't, the finances are concerned that, 3 is enough. We shouldn't spend more. Earlier in the previous item, finances was a concern, and now I think that same concern should be for this item. So I think it's only fair that the three that were already agreed upon go, but just make sure that for liability reasons, the mayor is covered. And I think that's just a fair and obvious thing to do.
So, Mr. Mayor, may I continue?
yes.
So I think it's important not to isolate an elected official in the 4th district that was elected into here. I mean, we just got a tax increase and for what, 6,000 a person, is that correct, Christine? I mean, and that will bring business back into our city. As you guys mentioned, the big lot. I need to bring business to redevelop that area, or the old Rancho Market. You know, you guys brought to my attention many times, and we want to beautify it. And I have 2.5 years left, and I want to make sure this is something we can bring and to beautify our city. I mean, are you guys willing to wait? I mean, that's my job as your representative in District 1, to bring back businesses in the Rancho Market area, and then also for the Big Lot area. And if you're in different district, you would love for Menzo to bring back business into his area, District 2, District 3, District 4. And so that's why it's important not to isolate anyone, especially when we are elected official. And this economic development is crucial in our city, and everyone knows that. That will keep our city afloat, and we need to send everyone who's willing, every council who's willing to go should be able to go.
Thank you, Councilmember West.
Thank you.
Just a side note, when I recognize you to say something, I didn't cut you off, right? So, we need to follow the process that we agree on. So I just want to mention that next time, if any one of us, we don't want to talk over each other. So let's put it that way. Next, do we have any other comments from any? From who? Vice Mayor Ho.
I'm being put on the spot, but that's okay. Well, I'd like to hear everybody out first. Well, I'd like to ask our city manager, how big is our booth?
It's late. I want to say it is bigger than a 10 by 10. I think it's a 10 by 15. Might even be 10 by 20. But it is equivalent to what Fountain Valley's booth is, and some of our other city counterparts, based on what we've seen works for them. It's actually in a really nice location that's close to the entrance and center of the main exhibit hall. But that's around the size. And it's the cost is a square footage. It's a per dollar square footage amount.
So what's the job description of the people, those who've been chosen to go or by the council?
Absolutely. So yes. So we will have our focal point, which is the booth. So the booth for the convention days would need to be manned, and that would require, whether it's staff or members of the council or a combination of both, to be present at the booth, because there are two main components. You will have people who will be walking the floor, coming up to, our booth, asking questions about, about our city, about zoning, about opportunities, the temperature of the council, the temperature of the community. And that's one component. The other component is we ourselves would also be walking the floor, reaching out to, to developers, to franchises, to, other maybe vendors, if there are some services that we'd be interested in. And so we'd be walking the floor as well. Kind of a side component of a benefit of having a booth is that in advance of attending the conference, we have the opportunity to make appointments with developers, with other interested parties who want to do business within Westminster. And we would schedule ourselves to meet at our booth or at their booth Interestingly enough, last year, we didn't have a booth, but we did have appointments. And so we just actually want to give a shout out to the city of Santa Ana for letting us impose at their booth. Very interesting, but certainly, you know, they helped us out because we were not prepared. This year, we are wanting to be more prepared, having these opportunities. So as you as council members, it would be a benefit to us to have council members who can go out there, talk about the opportunities that we have in the city, as well as, you know, providing general information about what the community's like, what Westminster's like, maybe some technical information as well. But just really representing Westminster in a very positive light, and, you know, a very positive professional light. That's just really important. So when you look at other cities that have their council members out, they're doing just that as well, but they're also attending some of the seminars that are held during the convention, because there are some sessions in which you have educational opportunities to learn about things like placemaking or what the market trend looks like. And that's information that you can bring back, and we all work as a team to basically, target everything we can. So it's, you know, it's actually a lot of work and a lot of walking, or a lot of standing and a lot of talking, but certainly all for the benefit of the community and economic development.
Thank you. Well, I know that everybody wants to go, and then I know that it's just not possible. And while I know that it takes, I won't go into the experience that it takes, or the skill set, or the know-how, et cetera. I won't go into that, but I think that we can always take turns, and this is actually my 8th year, but this is gonna be my first time. So I think that if, we get our feet wet, and unfortunate over the last 7 years, I think you said that we stopped going to ICSC for a while, at least 4 years, right?
We have not gone to ICSC. I've been here 8 years, and I don't remember us going to ICSC. So it definitely had to have happened before then. But I can guarantee that we've had a lot of missed opportunities by not attending.
Yes.
And not being there.
And that's the reason why I think that, and the booth itself is small. And so, I mean, I want to make sure we don't trip and fall over each other, and also to be comfortable and, and be professional, work hard, be ready to work. I'm not doubting that anybody who goes there is going to work hard or not work hard, but I'm saying that we should take turns. So this being my, 8th year, possibly my last year, and I think Councilmember Manzo the same, right? This is your re-election year. I'm saying re-election year.
Yes.
It's like we don't know.
Yes, I mean, serving on the planning commission for 8 years. Yeah.
Right. And so I'm saying that we can all take turns, so that it's not such a financial burden on our city. And that's my take on that.
Okay. I do agree with Vice Mayor Ho and Councilman Menzo that, we need to take turns. I think that with the budget that we set for this year, we already, I believe that we are already going to negative, right? So where are we right now?
Oh, if you're talking about council travel.
Yes, also travel and everything.
So
Is it accounted that too?
yeah, so our finance director maybe can pull that information. She's pulling it right now. But so generally, every year the council gets a $10,000 budget for all of your travel expenses, conferences, etc. In the past, that $10,000 amount has worked because there was not very much interest in the past for going to events. Yes, this year that there's a lot of interest in being very active, and so that account is not green. This economic development venture with ICSC would actually come out from our economic development funds. And the economic development funds are reserved for, you know, for, these types of ventures and projects. Erin?
The council training budget is, looking to go over about $14,000 for the year, over our budget. Like the city manager said, we have, 10,000 allocated, and we're looking to spend 24,000 right now.
All right, let me continue with my thoughts. I would love to have every one of us to go, but, you know, I don't think that there is necessary to have all 5 of us go in the same time. And last time I know that the desire from the two council, especially this is the election year, there is election year. I don't want to say anything, but, you know, this is their year to, I think that with the experience that, with the time that they serve, I think that they deserve. That's why I'm willing to fund it myself to go through that. Although I learned that from staff today, that will be a liability for the city, and I can't be involved in that. So, you know, of course, as a mayor, I want to have the opportunity to go. So, and I don't want to be you know, the liability for the city. So with that, I do agree with Councilmember Menzo. So I will second you on that.
I mean, I just want to make another comment, Mayor.
Yes, please.
I agree with you, what you just said, and Vice Mayor Ho, she said that as well. You know, we have here as a council members, we should, you know, first of all, be professional, and there always is this is gonna happen next year, and the ones who didn't go this year can definitely go to the next year, and it's not about getting angry and none of that. It's about being professional, being understanding of what the situation is. So we have a goal, and this is not district-based. We are there to represent the whole city. I, myself, people who know me, they know that I'm not out there just representing District Number 2. This is my city, and I represent everybody. District 2 voted for me, but people, they know I help anybody and everybody. So we're there as a team to to represent our city and promote our city and bring, you know, commerce to our city, not just for each and our district. So yeah, let's just be professional and root for one another's success. You know, we should be rooting for each other to succeed as a team, because our success is your success. And that's what we should, the mindset that we should have. So.
Yeah, I want to add it to that. Councilmember West says that he used to have 2.5 years to go. I mean, next year is not, you still, you know, opts to go to this. So if you can, you know, you're for the two senior member of the council, I would appreciate that. So, you know, I'm sure that next year, Councilmember Menzo and Vice Mayor Ho, they're not going to fight with you to, you know, to go through this, and they will probably, you know, recommend you to go on their behalf. So anyway, we have a motion and second. Is there a second?
We don't have a motion at this point.
Yeah, I thought we did.
It wasn't read as a motion,
Okay.
It was just.
My motion is to have the Vice Mayor Ho, Mayor Nguyen, and myself attend ICSC and be paid through the city's funding, I guess that's what it is.
Okay, is there a second to that? I second it.
Okay.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, wow, I just don't expect that we're going to deal with this again. Last time I was, you know, so sick that I cannot stay until the end. So I'm sorry that I didn't make any decision on this. But since staff brought this one up, this afternoon when I had an a meeting with staff, and I feel so, I told Christine that I very appreciate that, because, you know what, I voluntarily stay home. I just don't compete with anybody, any council members about going to Las Vegas, okay? But to be fair, I thought that, you know, the city should fund for every members, every council members to go to Las Vegas. As I said, I will stay home, but I would like, you know, council member Van West to attend Las Vegas with the rest of the council and the mayor. So I'm going to make a substitute motion. My substitute motion is to approve for the mayor, Vice Mayor Ho, and council member Carlos Manzo, and council member Amy Van West to go to Las Vegas. That's my substitute motion.
Is there a second to that?
I can second it.
Okay, we have a substitute motion, and go ahead and repeat the substitute motion and call for the vote for substitute motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a substitute motion made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Councilwoman Van West. That's to approve Mayor Nguyen, Vice Mayor Ho, Councilmember Monzo, and Councilwoman Van West to attend the 2024 ICSC Las Vegas Conference in Las Vegas, Nevada, from May 19th to May 21st, 2024. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Van West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
No.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
No.
And Mayor Nguyen?
No.
2-3, motion failed.
Can we go back to our original motion, please?
So the original motion on the floor was made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Mayor Nguyen. That is to approve Mayor Nguyen, Vice Mayor Ho, and Councilmember Monzo to travel to Las Vegas, Nevada for the 2024 ICSC Las Vegas Conference from May 19th to May 21st, 2024. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Van West?
You know, I'll be a good sport and I'll say yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Right, next item is 7.1, parking restriction on the east side of Brookhurst Street, south of Bolsa Avenue. May I ask for staff report, please?
Sure, thank you, Mayor, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen. I'll make this one very, very brief. Pull up my report real quick. So the subject item is parking restrictions on the east side of Brookhurst Street, south of Bolsa Avenue. Was recommended for approval by the Traffic Commission as TC 73-118. The area that we're discussing is on the northbound direction of Brookhurst in front of the new Bolsa Road development. There's a segment of the roadway there, segment of the curb, excuse me, that is not designated with any parking restrictions. And many, many years ago, before my time, there were modifications to Brookhurst Street to introduce a third lane, right? So we have 6 lanes total. And at the time, parking restrictions should have been implemented to make it an official parking restriction per the city code. And for some reason, it wasn't. Because it is a busy thoroughfare, people don't park there. But if they were and they get cited, they could technically contest the site. So what this item does is it actually corrects that condition and introduces official, quote unquote, parking restrictions or red curb through that segment. And that is for the total distance, 295 feet of parking restrictions. And that is the recommendation the staff presents tonight.
Mayor, I move to approve.
Yes. Well, okay.
Second.
All right, I have a question for staff.
Yes, sir.
By bringing this item up for approval, have you got a chance to communicate to the developers or the Bolsa Road? Because I think this is affect Bolsa Road in a way. And what did they say? Did you have a chance to talk to them?
So yes, the Traffic Commission meets the last Tuesday of the month, and part of the procedure is to notify businesses and residents within the surrounding area of anything that is going to be considered that night. And a Bolsa Road representative made himself present at the Traffic Commission meeting and did not voice any concerns. Again, even if the project weren't there, the roadway needs the parking restrictions. It does not affect their project because effectively you can't park there. It would be very dangerous if anybody tried parking in that through lane because it's a through right turn lane. So.
Okay, I understand that at the Planning Commissioner meeting, there's only three, and voted yes. I don't know what the other two, how they were. Of course, they were not there. They can have a say on it. But do you know that if they raise any concern or anything at all?
They did not voice their concern ahead of the meeting. Two of them were absent.
Okay.
On that night.
All right. Next, I believe that there's a motion and second on the floor. Is there any question from the council? Yes, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes, I have a question. So so this is one of the case, and I was wondering if there's other cases that the similar to this. Have you do any research, or how do you know about this?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. I've spent the last part of 20 years fixing things that we find throughout the city. So a lot of the times this comes about when we're doing development review. Other times when our public works officials are out in refreshing the curb markings, they'll bring certain things to our attention. I would say that over the last 20 years, early in my career here, there was a lot of fixes. We were fixing a lot more things. I would say it's probably been about a year or two since we brought a correction to the council. We are looking at ways, funding permitting, we're looking for grant opportunities to actually transition all of our markings and all of our signage citywide into a state-of-the-art database system, going back to technology enhancements, so that we actually would be able to verify every marking, every fire hydrant, every stop sign, every yield sign, and it would be annotated and contained within a database. Until we get funding to do a systematic, from one end of the city to the other, all we can really do is fix things as we discover them.
Okay, with that, I believe that the staff have done a diligent job on this, working with the residents and all the business. And
Mr. Mayor, may I ask one more question?
Sure, please.
Okay, so beside this case, what is the next case that we have?
We don't know, if we become aware of a condition that is not legitimate, meaning it had been brought to the council and is not recorded by resolution, then we'll correct it in the same manner. But at this time, it's our understanding that we're okay, right? Because we can't do a systematic search of every condition in the city.
So it depends on, so how do you know?
We don't, I guess the answer is we don't know what else is out there until we discover it. And when we obtain grant funding to be able to do a systematic, one edge of the city to the other, every street, map every sign, map every red marking, until we're able to do that collectively, we don't really know what else is out there.
All right. Mm-hmm. Can you do a research on hazard between the proposed and ward, please?
hazard between Brookhurst and Ward.
Yes. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, if there's no question on this, then, comments on this, then, I believe that we have a motion and a second on the floor. Roll call vote, please.
I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Ho and a second made by Councilmember Monzo. This is to adopt resolution number 5249, entitled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Westminster, California, providing no parking or stopping at a certain location on the east side on Brookhurst Street, south of Bolsa Avenue. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Van West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
Thank you very much. Now it's come to the fun part, right? Oral communication for non-agenda items. So before I ask the city clerk to go over the, just for the record, the instruction, I would like to remind you that we have the rules of decorum policy from the city of Westminster that, a while ago, and let me go ahead and mention it a little bit. I hope that we follow the rules of decorum that the policy put out. I just want to ask you, please help me to do my job by follow the rules of decorum, treat everyone courteously, and listen to city officials, city staff, and other members of public respectively. Exercise your self-control and avoid any threat of violence or loud, insulting, demeaning, or offensive communication. Be open-minded and consider all viewpoints. Focus on the issues and avoid personalizing debate. Allow all members of the public to speak without intimidation or interruption. Of course, there are more than that. If you want to know, then we can always ask the staff. I believe that there's a copy posted outside of the chambers. So if you need more information, you can ask staff for that. But at this time, I would like to ask our city
Mr. Mayor,
hold on. At this time, I want to ask the city clerk to go ahead and read the instruction into the record, please.
Okay. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the city council regarding any non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the city council, comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the city council in person should complete a yellow speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record.
Thank you. I would like to recognize Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think 10 o'clock is when we have to vote to extend time. I think the public comment may exceed 10 o'clock.
Let's wait until then. We still have 15 minutes to go. So we'll go ahead and call the first.
Our first speaker is
Appreciate for your reminder.
Absolutely.
Our first speaker is Terry Raines.
Goodbye, Amy. So much to say, so little time. Amy and Nam Kwan, how dare you leave the dais during public comments? It is literally your job to listen to us. I had a great time at the successful fundraiser to re-elect Councilman Manzo, District 2, in November. Charlie, Amy, and Nam Kwan, you continue to blatantly disrespect this great country of ours, our beloved flag, and our brave American veterans. Residents were outraged to see you raise the flag of the former Republic of Vietnam before raising the flag of the United States at your event on Sunday, a blatant violation of the United States Flag Code, Section 7F. There sure was a lot of political pomp and circumstance over raising a defunct flag of a non-existent country on private property on American soil, as if you were raising a flag during war to signify victory and occupation. But there was no victory, and this is still America. Vietnamese people in America and Vietnam commented on social media calling this a pathetic denial of truth. Many were embarrassed and insulted. The war ended 49 years ago and the country was lost. Dressing up in Arvin military garb and hoisting a defunct flag on American soil is not going to change that fact. What it will do is prevent our beloved Vietnamese community from ever healing and living here as proud Americans. You three promoted this event heavily on Vietnamese media, but not Friday's American Vietnam Veterans Day. You even refused to share the city's official flyer on social media. Amy finally posted about it once, but used her own flyer, her molested city logo, and in true Amy form, provided the wrong address. When I pointed this out to her, explained the known Google search issue, and provided proof of the correct address, she doubled down and told me to tell staff that they were wrong and that she was right. This little narcissistic twat waffle never admits she's wrong, even though she's wrong most of the time. You also insulted people by designating a Vietnam flag reaffirmation day. You can't reaffirm something that doesn't exist. You're just further dividing the Vietnamese community. Are you trying to start another Vietnam War right here on American soil, or what? Charlie, at the last meeting you targeted us, saying that you would control these meetings and stop anyone who is out of line, but you don't stop yourself or other council members from violating law and policy from the dais. You talk big about me losing the election to you when I wasn't even on the ballot, but you were on this ballot for Central Committee and lost. Even Amy beat you by 919 votes. How pathetic. Amy, your 5.5-minute combined campaign speech and religious sermon at the end of the last meeting was grossly inappropriate. We don't need fake Christians like you preaching at us from the dais. Your grandstanding speeches and religious sermons have no place here. Amy, conducting a campaign endorsement interview from your city council office is a violation of Government Code 8314. Look it up. You pretend to support law enforcement, the Constitution, and our veterans, but your words and actions prove you to be a big fraud. Go big and go home, Amy. Nam Quan, he is not here. Lose the hat. Dress up a little bit for the dais. Don't come here looking like a thug. Washington Mutual is going to be bankrupt, it looks like, or default.
Let me have a few comments. You can talk about me, you can bash me, I don't mind. But please, do not talk about the Vietnamese community. I will protect them. This is, you address me, then talk to me. Don't talk about anything about the community, okay? The community event, a community event for the flag raising, let them deal with it. You can talk to me, but please, that's what I want to tell you. You can talk about me, you can bash me, whatever, but I'm not going to take it for, I will stand up for my community, for the Vietnamese community. All right, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Kai Dao.
Where's your two council members, Charlie? Again.
Well, I'm gonna need a translator. Before I speak, I'd like to apologize for not being here the last meeting when it's my turn to speak. Because the translator told me when I was on my way here, I almost jumped the divider trying to get back here, and I called the translator. He told me everybody went home, it's over. Well, actually, it's not true. But that's why I went home, so I apologize. And before I speak, I know some people did not approve of me having a translator now or the last time, because you might think that I am able to speak English myself, express myself. But just like Nam Quan, he would be able to quarrel, curse, or argue, raise funds, sell used car online, but I don't think he would be able to read an official document and fully understand it comprehensively. That's why I asked Mr. Michael Varenja here for me to read this in Vietnamese to Nam Quan, even if he tried to hide from me. I hope this official record, we have it in record, so he can understand the notice of intention to circulate recall petition. I have to speak to him in Vietnamese so that he can understand. Thank you. Yeah, can I please have it? Yeah. Tên tôi là Khải Đào. Tôi là cư dân của quận Cam cho gần 50 năm nay, và tôi là một cử tri của địa hạt 4 cho gần 20 năm.
My name is Kaido, resident of Orange County for almost 50 years, registered voter of Westminster City in District 4 for most of 20 years.
Địa chỉ email của tôi là khaiemdao@yahoo.com. Số phone là 714-975-1600.
My email address is kaido@yahoo.com. Cell phone number is 714-975-1600.
Theo luật thì tôi phải tống đạt cái thông báo sẽ yêu cầu ông Nam Quang từ chức. Nếu Nam Quang không từ chức thì chúng tôi sẽ tiến hành bãi nhiệm ông ta. Nhưng mà tôi sẵn sàng cho ông ta cơ hội, tức là hôm nay đọc cho ông ta biết trước cái thư này, rồi sau đó sẽ tống đạt sau.
I was entrusted by a group of residents to file papers and proceed with the recall process to remove Nam Quan Win from the city's council.
Cái địa chỉ website của chúng tôi là recallnamquan.com và email address là recallnamquan@gmail.com.
Okay, our website is called recallnamquan.com. The email is recallnamquan@gmail.com.
Và chúng tôi có đây là cái lá thư để thông báo ông Nam Quang nên từ chức trước khi chúng tôi làm tiến hành bãi nhiệm. Thưa ông Nam Quang, theo luật 11020, luật California, thì trong thành phố Westminster, tiểu bang California, chúng tôi xin những người ký tên dưới đây là thông báo cho ông biết là chúng tôi sẽ tiến hành bãi nhiệm ông ra khỏi cái chức vụ nghị viên của thành phố Westminster, California. Yes.
To the Honorable Nam Quan Win, pursuant to Section 11020 California Elections Code, the undersigned registered qualified voters of the City of Westminster, Orange County, and the State of California hereby give notice that we are the proponents of a recall petition and that we intend to seek your recall and removal from the office of councilman in the City of Westminster, Orange County, California.
Và cái lý do để mà chúng tôi tiến hành bãi nhiệm là như sau.
The grounds for the proposed recall are as follows.
Khả năng diễn đạt, tranh luận, đọc và hiểu để am tường thấu đáo văn bản tiếng Anh trong vai trò nghị viên.
You lack oral communication and reading skill.
Không chỉ là Việt Giang, ông còn là tay sai cộng sản. Ông đã vinh danh cờ đỏ, chối bỏ cờ vàng, ca ngợi Tổng Bí thư Nguyễn Phú Trọng, dùng Nhật Linh để sỉ nhục, miệt thị nhân dân miền Nam Việt Nam, quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Ông đã tham dự tiệc Va-ba do nhà cầm quyền Cộng sản Việt Nam bảo trợ.
You betrayed people's trust. You made announcements that opposed people's will, recognizing the red flag and denouncing the yellow flag. You praised Vietnamese Communist Politburo's chief. You promoted Nhat Linh to slander and defame South Vietnam's army and its people. You attended VABA's gala, which was sponsored by Communist Vietnam.
Không chỉ là Việt Giang, ông còn là tay sai cộng sản. Ông đã ăn nhậu, chơi bài và đi đêm với Tổng lãnh sự Nguyễn Trắc Toàn trước khi ứng cử chức nghị viên của Hội đồng thành phố.
You are a communist collaborator. You spent the night at a communist residence, feasting, gambling, and dealing with the consulate before pulling papers to run for office.
Và can you please go ahead and read this too?
You are a felon. You got a restraining order for threatening your ex-wife with an illegal gun, had 3 traffic violations within months, got sued by a credit card company for defraud, got sued for raising funds online using others' names. Your car was repossessed for owing state tax.
I still have a lot more,
Thank
but
you.
I'll read it later.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to mention that, you're entitled for your opinions, but some of the things that I hear is incorrect. I don't agree with that, so that's my comment back to you.
I respect
Thank you.
opinion.
All right.
Our
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Nguyen Hung.
Don't count yet.
The reason I don't send, that my letter advance, because they put an item into non-agenda item. So I don't need to polite to send you letter. But I will send letter tomorrow, okay? Thank you.
Excuse me, Nguyen, just one moment, okay? The cordless mic is dead, and I want to give you adequate time, so just give me 1 second before you start, okay?
Yeah, Mayor, we do need to extend the meeting past 10.
Okay. Okay, at this time, as you heard, Council Member West already recommended that we need, and this is by our policy that we need to have the motion and the vote to extend the past 10 o'clock. So, wait, please, it's time for us as a council to do our business, so I don't need your guidance, please.
Okay.
Okay?
That's fine.
So at this time here, it's 10 o'clock, it's 1 minute to 10. I'd like to have a motion, if there's any, to extend the hour.
Motion to extend.
A second.
Motion and second on the floor, so roll call vote, please.
I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, a second made by Vice Mayor Ho. This is to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. per policy. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West, Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen, Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes,
Motion carried 3-0.
thanks to the city attorney to remind us. Okay, next.
Don't time yet. I have a one more mention.
No, you have no, if you start
I know, but
speaking,
it is a two.
then please put a clock for me. Be fair to every one of us.
Okay, they have two chicken here, Ladies and gentlemen, sự vi phạm quy chế tổ chức bất vụ lợi miễn thuế của thị trưởng và nghị viên Nam Quan Nguyễn của thành phố Westminster. Thưa quý vị, vì thời giờ trình bày chỉ có 3 phút nên hôm nay tôi chỉ tóm tắt và gửi riêng cho quý vị các cơ quan có tên ở trên. Sau ngày hôm nay tôi sẽ gửi bản tường trình chi tiết về những vi phạm mà ông thị trưởng Charlie Chi Nguyễn và nghị viên Nam Quan Nguyễn đã trắng trợn công khai ngồi xổm lên pháp luật của Hiệp Chủng Quốc Hoa Kỳ qua sự kiện ngày 24 tháng 3 năm 2024.
Remember, I'm just the translator. Because the presentation time is only 3 minutes, today I will only summarize and send it separately to the agencies named above. Later today, I will send a detailed report on the violations that Mayor Charlie Chi Nguyen and Councilman Nam Quan Nguyen have blatantly and openly squatted above the laws of the United States of America through the events of March 24th, 2024 at Asian Garden Mall.
Number one, đầu tiên là thị trưởng Charlie Chi Nguyễn đã ký hợp đồng với Phước Lộc Thọ, có thông qua một hội đồng thành phố Westminster hay không? Number one.
Did Mayor Charlie Chi Nguyen sign a contract with Phước Lộc Thọ and approved of the Westminster City Council Board?
Nếu có thì chương trình nghị sự đã được thông qua hay ít nhất được biểu quyết 3/2, vậy thì cho biết là phiên họp nào?
If so, has the agenda been approved by at least a 3-2 vote? So please tell us which session date and time.
Nếu mà thông qua thì ai là người xin phép được xây trụ cờ hoặc là hãng thầu ABC XYZ nào đó, ai mướn và đã được kiểm tra an toàn chưa? Planning và Building Department approve.
If approved, who will ask for permission to build the flagpole? Or is a certain contractor, ABC XYZ, hired by someone, and has it been safely inspected by the city?
Cột cờ qua lời ông Frank Giao cho biết đã có giấy phép giữa ông thị trưởng và ban quản trị Phước Lộc Thọ. Xin thành phố vui lòng cho biết có hợp đồng này hay không và đã được ký bởi nghị định nào?
The flagpole said by Mr. Frank Joe that there was a license between the mayor and the PLT Board of Directors. Please let the city know whether there is a contract or not and what resolution it was signed by.
Sorry. Thời gian chuẩn bị xây dựng cột cờ và thực hiện đã bị đốt giai đoạn và diễn quá nhanh, không có lễ động thổ là tại sao?
And the last, how long the contract PLT allowed to hang the flag that is not symbol of any country by if PLT hang their flag like Lee's sandwiches, then it should be no issue?
Thời gian được phép treo lá cờ không đại diện quốc gia nào này là bao lâu? Nếu Phước Lộc Thọ chỉ treo cờ của họ như là Lee Sandwich thì với tôi không có thành vấn đề.
Whether the event have a license or not, there are many issues that I would like to ask the city and responsible agencies to explain with the financial expenses question as follows.
Number two, dù có giấy phép hay không, nhưng có những vấn đề liên quan tới tài chính, tôi xin phép thành phố và các cơ quan trách nhiệm hãy trả lời tôi những câu hỏi dưới đây.
Before the inauguration day, Mr. Frank Joe announced that he had enough finance but did not say where and from whom.
Trước ngày khánh thành, ông Frank Joe đã tuyên bố là có đủ tài chính nhưng không cho biết từ đâu và của ai.
After that, Mayor Charlie Chi Win and Councilman Nam Quan Win went to Trust Media's YouTube channel to call for fundraising.
Ông đọc trước một cái của tôi cũng không sao. Tiền gây quỹ này, ông Nam Quan Nguyễn và thị trưởng Charlie Nguyễn có thông báo hoặc có giấy phép của thành phố Westminster đồng ý và cho phép hay không?
Did Mr. Nam Quan Win and Mayor Charlie Chi Win announce this fundraising or have a permit approved and authorized by the City of Westminster?
Nếu có vui lòng thì do thành phố Westminster đồng ý thì cho biết là cư dân nào đã xin phép gây quỹ thiện nguyện và giấy chấp thuận của franchise Tagboa hoặc là IRS hoặc là Secretary of State California.
If so, please let residents know about the application for a charity fundraising permit and the approval from FDB and IRS and Secretary of State of California.
Trên kênh YouTube Trust Media Network của ông Nam Quan Nguyễn đã thông báo là chi phiếu để trả cho The Asian American Senior Citizen Association. Tôi đã gọi điện thoại cho bà CEO là Lâm Châu Nguyễn. Bà xác nhận là đã đồng ý cho dùng tên của The Asian American Senior Citizen Association.
On the Trust Media YouTube channel, Councilman Nam Quan Win announced the payment of donation checks writing to AASCA, the Asian American Senior Citizen Association, named by FTX, and the Asian American Senior Citizens Association, named by IRS. I made a phone call and AASCA CEO Lam Chao Win confirmed that she agreed to use her AASCA.
Vậy thì cơ quan The Asian American Senior Citizen.
Your time is up. Your time is up.
Hey, we have five more seconds here.
Next speaker, please.
Hey, I think something
Our next speaker is Natlin.
When you ring your bell, I saw here at the 6 minutes, 6 seconds.
Our next speaker is Natlin.
This bullshit is steal my money.
Thưa Hội đồng thành phố, tôi tên là Nhật Linh, là cư dân của thành phố Westminster. Tôi xin hỏi Hội đồng thành phố và tôi đòi hỏi bà nghị viên Amy Phan West trả lời câu hỏi này. Sau ngày đại lễ thượng kỳ cờ vàng Việt Nam Cộng Hòa, ông Ngô Kỷ, một nhân vật luôn chực chờ những nghị quyết của thành phố đưa ra mà không phải là từ bà Amy Phan West, thì ông ta sẽ chửi bới với ngôn ngữ vô văn hóa và hỗn láo. Ông ta đã lên kênh phố Bolsa TV và TD Media. Ông nói rằng, lúc 12 giờ khuya đêm trước ngày diễn ra đại lễ, bà nghị viên Amy gọi cho ông ta và nói, sở dĩ Phước Lộc Thọ không tự xây cột cờ mà phải để cho ông Charlie Chí Nguyễn đứng ra xây, vì trong hội đồng quản trị Phước Lộc Thọ có cổ đông là Cộng sản, không cho ông Triệu Phát dựng cờ vàng. Tôi yêu cầu bà Amy phải trả lời trước cư dân Mỹ gốc Việt. Ai trong hội đồng thành phố, ai trong hội đồng quản trị Phước Lộc Thọ là Cộng sản? Ai là người đã cung cấp cho bà thông tin quá nghiêm trọng này? Tôi nghĩ nghị viên Amy Phan West Tiếng nói phát ngôn của bà rất ảnh hưởng đối với cư dân. Bất cứ một nghị viên nào trong hội đồng thành phố khi phát ngôn đều ảnh hưởng đến sinh mệnh, tính mệnh và đời sống của cư dân, nhất là business. Amy phải có trách nhiệm trả lời là ai ở trong hội đồng quản trị Phước Lộc Thọ đã gọi điện báo cho bà thông tin này, và ai là cộng sản ở trong cái hội đồng quản trị Phước Lộc Thọ. Nhân đây tôi muốn nhắc lại, trong kỳ họp cuối tháng 2 tôi đã có yêu cầu bà Amy phải đưa ra bằng chứng, hoặc nếu không có thì bà phải công khai xin lỗi nhóm thiện nguyện của chúng tôi. Khi bà đi lên kênh phố Bolsa, bà nói dõng dạc. Ông thị trưởng Nguyễn Mạnh Chí đã soạn nội dung cho mỗi lần chúng tôi lên thành phố phát biểu. Hôm nay tôi nhắc lại, và tôi sẽ có thư chính thức gửi đến hội đồng thành phố yêu cầu này. Xin cảm ơn.
I have not read this, so let's just, my name is Nat Lin. I am a resident of Westminster City. After the ceremony of raising the great flag of the Republic of Vietnam at Asian Garden Mall last Sunday, Mr. No Ki, a very colorful character who is always waiting for events happening in the Vietnamese community, the ones where Councilwoman West has nothing to do with, and just cursing and criticizing in uncivilized, disrespectful languages. He went on Faux Bosa TV and TD Media. He stated that at midnight on Saturday, Councilwoman West called him and stated that Asian Garden Mall owners and shareholders could not build the flagpole for the Republic of Vietnam yellow flag because their owners and shareholders are communist sympathizers and they don't allow Mr. Frank Zhao to build the flagpole himself. That's why Mr. Charlie Nguyen had to build it for the mall. I would like to request Councilwoman West answer these questions. Who in Asian Garden Mall owners and shareholders are communist sympathizers? Who provided you with such serious information? Councilwoman West, you are a member of the City Council. Your statements and accusations are very influential to residents, especially businesses. You need to be responsible for clarifying this matter, because if not, it may affect Asian Garden Mall business and the people doing business in the Asian Garden Mall. By the way, I want to reiterate that at the last meeting in February, I asked you to provide evidence, or if you don't have it, you must publicly apologize to our group of volunteers when you appeared on Faux Bolsa TV and accused that Mayor Charlie Nguyen prepares the content of all our volunteer speeches every time we spoke at City Council. It is an insult to our intelligence and our ability to speak for ourselves. We are educated and knowledgeable individuals in this community who are very capable of speaking our minds. Today, I repeat this request, and I will send an official letter to the City Council requesting Council West to correct this disrespectful mistake to residents. Councilwoman West, you always demand people respect you, but the fact is, you need to earn it. I like it.
Thank you. Yeah. Our next speaker is Michael Varengia.
Okay, first of all, Mayor, thank you for shutting her microphone off. I have never in my life seen a disrespectful display by an elected official in a city council setting. The 8 years I was on the school board, even though we disagreed about topics that came in front of us, not one of those people ever did what she did. That is grossly disrespectful. And then to sit and want to whine about going to Vegas along with you, I'm glad you shut that down, because listening to her talk about, oh, you can't shut me down, I represent First District. I wanted to ask her, what exactly has she done for First District? And her little video that we all watched on Facebook, she's talked about being thick-skinned. You four are thick-skinned. You generally do let things go in one ear and out the other. Talk about a petulant 5-year-old. I want to take a look at her license and see if she's actually an adult, because she actually doesn't act like it. That's disgusting. And to treat you like that and to be so grossly disrespectful, I wish you would have had the cops escort her out, because if that was me up here doing that stuff, that's what would have happened to me. You would have had the officers escort me out. She should have been escorted out for her behavior. Anyway, thank you. I noticed she left. She didn't want to face the music from anybody out here, but thank you again, Mayor. I do appreciate that.
Our final speaker is Tammy Hamill.
Well, I was going to say I was going to wait to speak until she came back, but clearly she's too scared to come back here. And again, you were gone for a long time. She bolted because she can't take the criticism. She's up here claiming that she represents District 1. I'm in District 1. She doesn't represent me. Her behavior up here doesn't represent, I think, what even the people that voted for her wanted. She can't even stay here and listen to comments. When is that going to be corrected? If that's going to be the way it's going to, then she just needs to resign and just get out for good. And we can have John Gentile up there. He can just take over because she is an embarrassment. It's really sad that you both leave when the comments are coming up and you take your time and then you come back when you want to. And then she just leaves altogether. I don't understand how this keeps happening. And like I said, if that's what's going to happen, we need to put all the comments back to the beginning of the meeting. Or she needs to be told that she needs to stay. Because as a District 1 resident, I can't even answer what she basically called me a liar about that agenda item not being about her. It's all about her. I can't even address that because she's too chicken to be here. And it just keeps going on and on. Almost every single meeting, she shows that disrespect. This one was really bad. And she has the nerve to say that you were yelling at her. She yells at residents, calls residents names constantly. She's violating all kinds of rules, decorum, all of it. And she continues to get away with it. And then she scatters out of here like a scared little kid because she can't take it. If she can't take it, she needs to go. Maybe we need to do a recall on her. I think it might be worth the money. At this point, I think people would vote her out because she's done nothing good. There was a video out there about, big government. If big government's there, you should overturn it. She's useless government. She's done nothing useful. Anything slightly useful that she's done has been to her own benefit so that she can go parade it around and say, look what I did. And her acting that way and then wanting to go to Vegas and represent our city and our district, absolutely not. I'm glad that you guys voted that way. I am glad that you kept her in check with her yelling, cut off her mic. That needs to happen more often. It should have happened a lot more times than it has. She just said it was 5 times, should have been more. She's out of control. She's totally disrespectful. She has no idea what's going on in this city. She's only concerned about what's happening with her. And I can't even tell her that to her face because she's too scared to even be here to take comments from residents from chaos that she creates constantly. Maybe you need to censure her, not censor, like she's too dumb to realize the difference. Censure her actions, her words that she says. Still nothing about how she called residents communist pedophiles online. She's never answered to that. She's never apologized. And you've never brought it up to her to say, just like this one with the losers and racist comment. Yeah, I remember that from when you were swearing in. That was really respectful of residents too.
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
Again, I appreciate that you come out and speak your mind. Yes, I understand your concern. I understand what you want to convey or the message that you want to convey. I just want to appreciate if there is, if there is a positive input that we can all change our way of doing business. And, we listen to you. I mean, we listen to the right things, but I do believe in effective communication. So I appreciate that you convey your message in a way that we listen to each other, we appreciate each other, and please keep it up, and I really appreciate for that. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to close the oral communication for non-agenda items, and we move into comments from City Council agency members, including AB 1234, report when required. Let's start with Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor. On that topic, I mean, I'll ask the city attorney after the fact. want to congratulate again, Chief, if you can extend, you're part of the team, the Baker team, and congratulations on your run, representing our city well, so thank you for that and the team. I also want to remind everyone again about this Friday, March 29th. Please come out and support our Vietnam veterans at Sig Holstein Park at 10 a.m. Make sure that we come out because it's really important, and hopefully we can have more time next year to plan it. I want to thank our staff, Vanessa, Gina, and all your team. In last minute, big undertaking. I appreciate your dedication for what you do and what you do for our city. Thank you. Again, remind everybody of our bunny hop coming up this Saturday at our Boys and Girls Club indoors. What time is that, City Manager? 12 to 2 o'clock. Please come out. And then what else we got? And just staff. Thank you, staff, for what you do. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you for putting together our agendas, and thank you for, I'm going to keep saying it because we always forget about Lynn. So thank you, Lynn, wherever you are. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, Council, for what you do. Have a good night.
Thank you, Councilmember. So next is Vice Mayor Ho.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I just want to, would like all of us to say a prayer for the victims of the collapse, Francis Scott Key Bridge in Maryland. I understand we're in the city of Westminster. We worry about our constituents, our city, but then when you read something like that and you hear about the 6 deaths, my heart goes out to the family and, the people that sacrificed, paid the ultimate price, and keep being out there on the bridge to fix the bridge and do the maintenance for the bridge. And then now they lost their lives. So a lot of lives have changed because of that. So I like to express my condolences, and I'd like everybody to think of the victims and their families. And, as I read these items of interest coming from Lynn, it really saddens me to see that there's I don't think I have too much information, but just whatever was given to me was written on this special item of interest regarding a 78-year-old resident that just passed away, and another, I don't have too much information, but I'd like to,
chúng ta đã thấy ông nhà báo Hải Đào đã search cái yêu cầu từ chức ông Nam Quang từ chức. Chúng ta thấy hôm nay là ông Nam Quang có mặc cái áo hoodie và mặc cái mũ nhìn rất là giang hồ.
I just hear so much going on Bolsa, so that's another sad thing that I read about just today. Was it today or yesterday? And then on a brighter note, I'd like to talk about staff and just commend staff for the great work. And I know that you, Christine Corden, our city manager, and Adolfo Zeta, our assistant city manager, I know I haven't thanked you enough for everything, for all the little things. I don't know how you remember everything from all the requests from all the council members, but you do an amazing job, and I thank you. One particular thing that I actually thought of you around midnight last night, as you were probably doing your work still. Well, as I was paying my water bill online, we've come a long way, It used to be that we take our water bill, we go to the yard and we pay, and wow, that's so amazing. That's really transformation from what we used to do for years and years, right? And only recently, maybe the last year or two, he started doing that, implementing that, and it's really worked out really well for me. I'm able to pay my bill at the last minute before my water gets shut off and not have to go to Walmart and pay my water. I've done that. Yeah, so gone are those days. So again, I thought of you midnight last night, and I thought, wow, amazing. So, of course, you know, anything that goes wrong, you take the hit. So anything that go right, I think it's only fair that we give you the compliments and acknowledge you. But, you know, those are the just things that came to mind just as of midnight last night. But I'm sure there's so many and so many times that I've wanted to, you know, say to you that I appreciate. We really, as a city, I think for the last 8 years, we've come a long ways. And I remember how some of my thoughts and my ideas were, how I won't discuss too much, but it was like, you know, how you took in my ideas or, you know, any recommendations I had. Just, you know, you really did a good job at listening, and sometimes you're able to do something about it right away, and sometimes it takes you a little bit of time, but I know you remember, and I know you know what I'm talking about. So, but just in general, thank you for everything you've done for the city. Okay, so that's really all I have to say.
All right.
Thank you
very much, Councilmember Wade.
Story from Vice Mayor Ho. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know what? I'm very glad that tonight we accomplished a lot of things together. Thank you, staff, that came up with lots of good ideas. So we, the council members, can, you know, consider. So thank you, my college council members, that you know, we work together to pass, to approve the, what item? 5.6, the one that we passed to create the soccer field, yeah, and we're going to have like 2 park rangers to keep the park clean, and lots of things in those items. So yeah, again, thank you, staff. Thank you, our PD. We're going to work together to improve our city, you know, in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. I don't disagree with you. What a day. Straight 7.5 hours without a break. I tell you, 7.5 hours without a break for the council members. So I appreciate you all.
I took a lot of break.
I appreciate you all. I know that staff been here early in the morning, you know, until this time. I know, I feel for you. And you know that staff have done a lot this year. And, you know, there's no doubt that they put out much of effort to organize the event for us. Once again, they are going out there to do the best, to provide a community the opportunity to get together for all the activities that they have put up. So I would like to invite you and your family, as well as your neighbors, you know, spread the words and join us for the event of this weekend, the event on this Friday. Congratulations to you and others, veterans, by the way. And, you know, we are going to join for the big celebration, you know, at the at the City Golden Park, and then there are events on Saturday, bunny hops. Please pay attention to that and come out and support them. I want to thank every one of you to stay at this time until this time. I know that you care for the city. That's the reason why you're here, not like, you know, if you are coming here and then just speak and then just leave, and, you know, those are the things that I don't think that is truly, but with you being here at this time, at this hour, I know that you are dedicated. So I appreciate for that. I want to thank the council members that entrusted me in the for representing to work with the staff for the TET Parade. One thing I can tell you that I am there to work the best that I can. I will take full responsibility of making it a successful event together with the staff. I will take that responsibility. And one thing that I want to know is that I want to let you know is that I would do anything to disappoint you guys and, you know, make our city look bad. So, you know, it's always in my mind that whatever we do it for the community, we do it for the city. We make sure that our city is you know, on the map. And you see that the event such as the TET Parade do put us on the map. And so I hope with that, we as a city, you know, we will be recognized by the developers, and they will invest into our city, and also from the different city governments that they can see the work that we improve over the years, and we continue to improve and to make this city is the best. So with that, I would like to thank every one of us, and at this time, I would like to adjourn the meeting, and the next meeting is going to be the next regular meeting.
Cảm ơn các bạn đã theo dõi. Như này là ông nhà báo Khải Đào đã đọc đạt yêu cầu từ chức của ông Quang trong tối nay, và cảm ơn các bạn đã theo dõi.